Yo, 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 how we doing?
Today, you guys are amazing. I even brought my son out of school to see this. You guys are fantastic.
Any comment today? Any comment before jury selection today?
No. Any comment there? Get back into that car.
Great smile.
You're going to be banned from presenting a third-party defense. We have no evidence of it.
Grant, shut the fuck up.
That's a good picture right there. Look at this.
Hello, Pixie.
You cannot touch people. That is actually an assault.
Jesus.
You created this freak show. The old backer upper.
There's a barrel coming up.
There we go,
There's a barrel coming up, okay? Nice, bud.
Those Grant asked it.
You're doing a great job, Eliza.
Hey, I got friends too.
I doubt that. No, no.
Alan Jackson, who's Leah Ferreira?
I miss. What a piece of shit Grant is. They're all walking very confidently. It's fantastic.
I can't run up and then come right back down.
We've told you a million times. Wait, we've told you
You
once
guys are
again.
all up there.
Yeah, do you have any type of credentials?
Go.
Told you
Let's
a
go.
million times. Get off the
Let's go.
stairs.
You don't have media credentials. Go. Did you already talk to me about that?
That's Grant, yes. Hey. I'm going to be
All right now.
How you doing, brother?
How are you, Dylan?
I'm good, mate. How are you? That's the main question.
Doing great. I'm not sure if I told you, but I got a late call last night from the producer.
Yeah.
And they wanted to give me more time for the segment. So I got to be in some type of meeting today with them to set it up because they want to go over the taillight.
Yeah.
My
that's
taillight
perfect.
project, I guess. So I don't know.
No, so we've got you for a little bit this morning, and then
Yes, you do. You got me until I get this text, evidently, from the producer.
So the plan today is, here he is, the man of the moment. So plan today is, we got you this morning. We might have court, a little bit of court. We'll watch that. I've got some videos lined up, and we got this man here, Dana. He's jumping on after 10:30 as well to talk about yesterday and stuff like that. So we got some fillers. So how are we doing, Dana? So yeah, Dana's joining us later on. We got Tom here, obviously. Hey, Dennis, let's go, Den. Oh, hang on, is Dennis saying anything? Dennis,
Yeah, we saw
That way, and then there's also barrels down there that's trying to pick up there, and there's processes down there as well.
Gotcha.
Come on,
Where the
Ken.
First Amendment stuff.
Tomorrow, if you're doing,
The First Amendment
Where the
stuff.
First Amendment
Right there.
the parking lot's pretty big, so
Yeah.
tomorrow, if you're coming tomorrow, you can just go down that.
I love
There's
I
the
love
DUI
Dennis.
guy.
DUI guys there, yes. He's there with his girlfriend. They're covering this.
I'm not sure if
so
you
what-
saw last night. They really hurried up. They really did kind of hurried up Aiden last night. I don't know if you saw the replay, but they didn't give him much
No.
time. So who knows?
News Nation, yeah, News
Right.
Nation, yes.
I get they're under timelines and constraints, so we'll see what happens.
Good people, yeah. Hey, Brenda. Hey, Rick.
Morning,
Morning,
Brenda.
Chuck. Sean. Hit the like. Yeah,
Morning.
please hit the like, guys. Hello, Giovanna. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Tony is in the house. Good morning, gentlemen.
Neat.
Kim,
Beautiful.
good morning. Dana, thank you for all you, Tracy and Paul, do for Karen, John, and the people. I think a lot of it gets underestimated about. I love these guys. There's only a couple channels I promote in the description box, and you're one. but they're another one. And Microdots is another one. I just, I love the work that they do. They're underestimated. So shout out to them. Good morning, baseball dad. How are you doing, my friend? Good morning, Wendy. How are you doing, Miss? She was cutting him off too when he was. I've not watched it, if I'm being honest. Good morning, Kim. Thank you. Thank you for streaming this. No worries, miss. And here he is, floor and order. So, before we go into anything, yesterday they picked 4 jurors. Sean.
They did.
So
They did. Which is I have to admit, that's pretty impressive.
yeah.
We may go to opening statements by Friday. You never know.
I think that there was some optimistic journalists saying that they think that we'll start the trial on Thursday. But I think it's more realistic, as you say, probably Friday is realistic to start, I would imagine. Elizabeth, Sean, could you please comment on the judge's denial of the third-party defense motion?
Okay, right now I can do it. I don't believe it was a denial per se. It's kind of like how do I want to say it? It was kind of like a give and take. I believe what she said was that she could deny it, right? That she could, within her, I guess her discretion. What she's saying is, I'm not going to allow you to talk about it in your opening. I just got to make sure I have this right. In your opening, and nor do I. It needs to come out naturally. It needs to come out like if they open the door. So listen, the attorneys are going to have to get crafty on this, okay? And I think with the level of intelligence that I hate to say this, that the Commonwealth has, I'm sure Dave Yannetti and Alan Jackson will get by this masterfully. That's all I can say. So yes and no. So they're going to get into it. It just takes one to open up the door. And like, for instance, who can we talk about? Well, Jen McCabe has to take the stand, right? Or Trooper Proctor. Let's just Trooper Proctor, the lead detective, right? We know he had several interviews with the United States Attorney's Office, right? All that Yannetti or Jackson or Liza, whoever cross-examines him or examines him, after he gives his direct evidence to Lally, just say, take him down the road. I always heard if you say 7 yeses in a row, the 8th question is going to be a yes. That was kind of like a technique we had. And all they have to say is, all right, so you were actually interviewed other than Mr. Lally. Isn't that true, Trooper Proctor? Can you explain how that went? And then all of a sudden, he's going to be up against the wall. So it's things like that. Is it trickery? No, because the judge, I don't know. We'll just see how it plays out. But technically, it comes in if they open up the door. So what did Wendy say?
Wendy said that's right, Sean. Yeah.
I think what it is, she does, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think she gave a caveat saying, I don't want to cloud the jury's mind up front. I kind of think that's what she was saying.
So here we go. Do you want to look at this, Sean? This is what the ruling came down as in live context. So we can listen to it.
Wants me to add, the defendant contends that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were suffered as the result of a physical altercation with another person or persons and not from being struck by Ms. Reed's vehicle. The defendant denies that she has committed any of the crimes alleged in this case. I'll give the last sentence. I'm not going to give the other sentence because Ms. Reed's presumed innocent and has no burden of proof, and I would be assigning her a burden of proof, and I'm not going to do that. Based on the offer of proof on Friday, I am well within my rights, pursuant to the case law, to exclude the third-party culprit defense. I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to give you a chance to develop it through relevant, competent, admissible evidence. but you cannot open on it. So that's my ruling on that.
Okay.
I would like to see
Yikes.
counsel at sidebar about the
There you go. That was it in a nutshell. So you're pretty much right.
Yeah, I mean,
Good
listen,
deal.
it's going to be easy for caliber guys like Jackson, Yannetti, and Miss Little. All right. Fairy Raven.
Fairy
Kehe
Raven.
Wolf-
How we
Kehe
doing, Fairy?
Wolfo. Kehe Wolfo.
Sláinte.
Slancha. No, so
Hey guys, go on.
so that should be a ground ball, like they say here in the States. Should be very simple for the defense to get over that hurdle. You know, it's the judge flapping her wings. You know, she's wanted to say, and she did. She got it out. I'm in my rights to deny this. Well, she knows they would have had an immediate appeal to the Supreme Judicial Court. Absolutely. So, but she's putting restrictions, and all it takes is one witness, like a Jen McCabe or a Michael Proctor or anybody, to open that door, and then it's over. Then I used to say, "Give me a crack, I'll come crashing through that door." So, anyways, you know how it goes there, Dylan, right?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. Eric Hack says, "Hey, Fairy, no, you know who over in this chat. No, you know who. Okay, so I don't know who that I'm talking about, but know who you know who over in this chat. We got B as well from Japan. Hello, B. How are we doing in Japan? Closest I've come to Japan is Hong Kong. Loved it.
Wow.
But very stifling. But yeah, Geo, this is crazy. The Commonwealth would accuse his trickery. Who would have believed it? You know. So yeah, I mean, look. So we're realistically probably, Sean, looking at a trial. Realistically, Friday. You know,
If not Thursday. What's today? Wednesday? I mean, say they get
is it today?
say this, moves along. Say they get 5. I think they want to get the 12 plus 4, right? Did they say 4 alternates? So 16?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
4 or 6 is going to be anyway. So
Okay. So say they get going through it, right? It's feasible by Friday. It's feasible. Like afternoon opening arguments. I don't know how sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad to open on late on Friday. Maybe she might just say we'll start it off on Monday. I don't know. It all depends what she wants to do. So,
oops. Hello, Casey. Hello, Casey. I was wrestling with a troll on Tom CPU's live. I'm too old for that. Yeah, we know that. I mean, I know what some people call we have got trolls here. Some people would say, but they're trolls that are not like bothers us.
can you believe that? I guess Melanie Little is getting hammered by trolls. I don't. I mean, she is like, how could you mess with Melanie? I mean, she just gives the facts, the honest. She breaks it down. You can't deny what she knows. And you can't deny what she's providing.
People don't like people like Melanie who are truthful.
Yeah.
They don't like to hear the truth, Sean. That's the
Right.
problem. Do you mean? And also, unfortunately, you find that a lot of people don't like successful women. So, and that's a big part of it. She's a very intelligent, successful woman, and people do not like that, both men and women.
Yeah.
But that's where jealousy and insecurity comes into it.
Right.
Right, hold on. There's no court feed yet, guys, so don't worry. There's no court feed or anything. Karen
Yeah,
hasn't arrived.
I don't know. I think they're going to go along the same lines again. I mean, maybe, I don't know, see how they'll open it up, but maybe they will,
But they're not going to open it up. What they'll do is the same as yesterday. They will
Yeah.
have 10 minutes of welcoming everybody, and then that's it, essentially. That's all that's going to happen. They won't show anything. We're not going to see anything. It is what it is. The more thing is, I'll keep updated on Twitter. We'll see how the trial goes. Selection goes along, and we'll just take our time.
Hey.
Nothing's going to happen today. As I say, we're just going to chat along. So if you've got any questions, once I know what's happening with court, we've got Sean's tweet from earlier on. We'll go through as well.
I had
And we've got Dana join in and everything. So
I had two big bombshell tweets. One was very controversial at the end of the night. I went full on Kevin last night. I doubled down on Kevin. Did you see that?
I've not seen that one.
Okay,
No.
I basically said, this is what well, you'll bring it up, but I basically said, guess what? I'm going to double down on Kevin. If that dash cam shows, and I showed the picture down below, if it shows that, if the dash cam from the Canton Police Department, if it shows that, I'm packing it in immediately, I'm off the air. That's confidence. That's confidence, all right? That's not wishy-washy, Kevin. I'm going to clip this. That's not wishy-washy, right? That's not the achy-breaky hot guy, Billy Ray Cyrus. Come on, Kevin, do the achy-breaky. Don't break my heart, my makey-breaky heart.
Makey-breaky heart. Yeah, I love it. We got sing song in the morning.
And you know something? That, he's saying, whoa, if I'm wrong. What do you mean if you're wrong? If you're right, if you're wrong. You're wishy-washy, Kevin, right? Be a man and take a stance, right? He both sided this thing to give himself wiggle room. I said the other day, he has more wiggle room, square footage, than all of P. Diddy's mansions put together, all right? I mean, come on, Kevin. Be a friggin' man. Take a stance. If that dash cam, right, shows the picture that I have below, I'm gone, I'm done. I'm over with. That's a man, and I'm putting it right out there. That's my challenge. Wendy.
No, I actually saw it. Actually, now you
Okay.
say what it was. I actually saw it last night. I did check on it. I was like, let's go, Sean.
Who's Christine Foronado? Yeah, I'll do an interview.
She's from New Jersey.
Okay, of course, Christine.
She's half Italiano.
Fortunato.
But yeah,
sure.
She's got a channel. She's just starting out. She's got a channel. Check her out, Christine Fortunato on YouTube.
Sure, whatever you want, Christine. Of course.
Sure. Says, don't you think that's what the cam will show as they cut out some of the video?
Well, listen, I don't know. All I know is this: the picture that is out there, right, has to show. Okay, let's face it. It has to show on that cam. It has to show it, right? Let's be honest, right? Karen takes off at 5:08. She goes up to the waterfall. She goes around and she beelines it right to Jen McCabe's house. Jen gets in, Kerry's there, and then Kerry follows Karen and Jen back to Meadows. They park the car right there at Meadows, and they jump in with Kerry Roberts, right? The car is never touched. 8:30, right? At 8:30, the cruiser goes up with the dash cam to do a check on the welfare of the kids, all right? Little late, but better late than never. And evidently, the dash cam pulls in right behind Karen's SUV. Now, that light should reflect exactly what they're trying to say. They're saying the light looked like at 12:30, 4 hours before. That's all I'm saying. And I hope it does. Then I can pack it up. But I know it doesn't because I got eyes. All right? I know it doesn't. You cannot have any reflection at 5:08, any LEDs, nothing working at 5:08 when you see the condition of that light. So without even seeing the dash cam, right, I'm going to tell you right now, that dash cam will absolutely corroborate Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts. It will show that there's a crack. Just like Karen Reed said, it's a crack. And I'm going to say right now, this is a duck. Period.
And we'll go through some of the pictures you tweeted about as well. So we'll go through some of that in a bit because it's your baby. It's your baby.
Don't get me going too soon here, buddy.
Dennis, How we do, fella? Good morning, gentlemen. We saw you
Dennis,
in
man.
the queue, Dennis.
Great guy.
Always lovely to
Great
see you,
guy.
my friend. And Theory says point to you because there has to be timestamps on any images they show. Yes,
Sure.
has to be.
Look at we have someone from
Because
Denmark. Look at that. Tim.
yeah,
Quitzel.
Tim. I've not seen Tim for a while. Tim is from Denmark. He usually
Oh,
comes
man.
to watch
Beautiful.
some
Nice.
trials. Let's see what's going on here. Let's put Tom CPU back on for a second. There's some people going speaking here.
They've had to probably mortgage their houses and stuff. A lot of people in this country don't have that. You know?
What's the button you're wearing? I noticed you guys all
Pretty
have
boy. But I can't even get in close.
Hi, Melissa. Jumping around trying to find the best coverage, and this looks like it might be it. Well, hopefully it is. There's lots of streamers out there, but there's only one Sean, El Jefe. So please stick around.
No, there's only one Dylan. That's why I'm here.
Christy.
That's exactly why I'm here.
Here we are. Legend. It's about time they will hear the whole 911
Ooh,
call. Exactly.
Yes. Oh, Beezy, that's true.
When he says, Melissa, this is the best coverage, they will be live every day you'll try. We will be. We will be. As I said, we won't be live all day today, probably, but Sean has to go because he's going to be on News Nation this evening, so he has to go and prep. But we got Resisting the Silence coming on, Dana, and maybe
Nice.
Paul, and I'm not sure. And we've got some videos, Court TV from last night, and a few recaps from last night that I want to play as well. I've not seen yet. Mexi Texi want to show the love and appreciation. Consider support the channel. Thank you, Mexi. Thank you very much. Melissa T, it's always chill here, which is great for sanity. Fair ear is. And also, I say to everybody, if it's not sane, then you know what to do. Click the 3 buttons on the right-hand side of their names, block them. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. He says, gotcha. No, hope no one got there before the cruiser to mess with the car. I wouldn't put it past them. Well, Casey, can you go through the witness list and tell us how each person is relevant to the case? We could go through them, but it's a bit hard to see how relevant they are right now.
That's 160 people.
Yeah. Ted Daniels says, back in the church pew for the second day of jury selection. We are expected to hear some motions before jury selection resumes. There are a couple of outstanding items for Friday. 4 jurors selected yesterday, 16. So 16 are needed. So it's 4 alternates.
Okay.
Third-party culprits can only be developed through testimony and evidence. Defense can use it in their opening statements per judge. People are demonstrating on both sides of the buffer zones, and I've heard a lot of honking as people drive by. I actually found a power outlet near my seat to charge my laptop and phone. So there might be some court this morning. So
okay,
what I'll do is I'll get out. Yeah, I'll get out of that one for a bit.
I did have one more tweet that I put out, and it was very it got away from me the past couple of months. I don't know if whenever you want to get into things. So I think this is when the young lady, when someone said, about the relevance of the witnesses, I believe, that lady, Casey. I think one witness in particular is going to be extremely, extremely important. And I believe it's that person is a defense witness, I believe.
So do you want to go through your tweet now or what?
Yeah, well, go back to or go down to earlier ones. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Hold on. Back up a little bit. Okay. No, not that. Jesus. Is that replies?
No, hang on. That's why.
Okay, I don't know where the tweet is. No, maybe my post. Okay, I don't know where. Oh, no. All right, I posted, or I either responded to someone this, okay? And I think it was in relationship to Ryan Nagel, right? So I always thought Ryan Nagel was going to be the key. Way back when, before we even knew how involved the FBI truly was. Okay, I clearly thought. I mean, Ryan Nagel, his positioning, his role in this whole thing is extremely important. Okay, but there were two other people in that vehicle. There was the driver. Okay, it was a male driver, and I believe the female was Ryan Nagel's girlfriend, and she was riding shotgun. Okay, so it occurred to me that the state police did not have statements from the driver nor the girlfriend. It's almost like I think they made a reference that that they talked to the driver or the passenger and said something to the fact that corroborated Ryan Nagel. Okay, so John, don't forget to say yes. I think it's Baybank or Boston Savings and Loan or something like that. Something like that. Anyways.
And Lady Law as well. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So guess what? They never interviewed the driver. All right. Well, guess who's on the defense witness list? The driver. And I'm saying to myself, oh my God, this could be incredible. This could be a moment that we've all been waiting for. Right? I'm just saying, keep that in the back of your head. Anyway, so that's what I said. So if you want to go the other ones, I don't know if this is time, we want to stretch it out, you know. Yeah. The producer said to me, if we go like this, you know, they say keep it long, keep it going, keep talking. So I don't know if you have time. So
let me just have one check to see if there's any movement in
sure,
court
definitely,
or anything. It doesn't seem like anyone's streaming anything right now, from what I can see. Let me just a quick search. Yeah, so obviously for people that don't know, it's a joke that Sean has cash apps and stuff like that. He does not make any money from this trial, but some people out there seem to believe that he does make a lot of money.
I wish
those people.
No, I don't wish. I don't wish. You know what? You know what my money is? Justice for John O'Keefe. That's my money right there. That's the money maker right there. Justice for John O'Keefe. I want to give a shout out to one of my good friends, Sarah Ashburn. She's messing with me here in the on my text for a reason. So, anyways, if someone else picks up on it, I'll explain why. But she caught it. No one else.
I didn't catch anything, so
no, good. Thank God. But she's smart. That's why her name. That's why her name is Sarah Ashburn.
You know, the chat's normally smart, so I'm surprised no one else is caught out. There's a few questions here. Hello, Lady Law, by the way, on your way to work. Love to see you, darling. There's a few more hellos I think I've missed, but apology if I missed you. Mark says good morning. Yeah, apology if I missed you. Tim asked a question. Oh, hang on, before he does. Lona, good morning to you all. Good morning to you, Lona. Could the FBI investigate the judge in this case as well? I have a bad feeling about her.
Of course they could. They can invest. Listen, this is what their charter is. All right, their charter, right, is Title 18, right, and they get Title 18 is like all the laws on the book, but they're just federal laws. For instance, in my case, Title 21 is all the drug laws. All right, DEA was a single mission agency. So in Title 21, right? So you got conspiracy charges to import and distribute narcotics, whatever. Title 18 is the whole gambit. What their charter is civil rights violations. Now, how do you get to a civil rights charge? You initiate a public corruption case, okay? And once you initiate a public corruption case, well, guess what? Anywhere there's public corruption, if a violation of civil rights is noted or determined, well, guess what? The door is open. And if they can show that she was a part of any conspiracy to violate Karen Reed's U.S. constitutionally protected civil rights, then they're all in the game. They're all free game. So
That's fair. But the Ted Daniels came out with this. We are underway. Yannetti asks to speak at podium. He says there are issues, including a serious one he needs to raise. Just called for recess to discuss with both sides before going on the record.
oh, well, this should be good. See, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now. All right. Do not just beware that this is only a movie. Okay? I'm telling you right now. This is only a movie. There is something definitely gonna come up. These guys, I'm telling you, there's a reason why we're at trial. All right? There's a reason why. And I'm telling you, this is only a movie. That's all I'm saying.
That's true.
Hold on,
That's true.
where did her husband grew up at?
Yeah, I'll get back to that.
Oh.
Mimi, hello, good morning. Dylan, Shawnee, good morning to you. Kathy says, this will be my go-to stream for the trial duration. Love, 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 Sean. My husband grew up in Compton, and Dylan, love listening to your accent. Tick, tick, boom.
Yeah, Kathy Leonard. If your marriage name is Leonard, I probably do know your husband. Definitely. The Leonards are a big family in Canton.
Yeah, the best. Thank you, Willie. Thank you, everybody. Casey says, thanks to you both for all you do. Thank you for the super chat as well. I've got something else here. Hang on. Thank you, Casey. Before I forget.
Man,
shout out.
Good.
That's Mexi Texi as well. Mexi Texi, shout out to her. She's awesome. Someone just bought me coffee. I'm not sure who it is. Please let me know who it is.
That's great.
Someone says, if I can't give Sean anything, I'll get you a coffee, Dylan. Thank you.
Yes, please. Hey, you know something? Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. In lieu of me, give it all to Dylan. He's the hardest working guy in UK for this case. Give it all to Dylan, please. If you wanted to give me $1, give it to Dylan. I wish I had a merch. I'd give him all kinds of T-shirts, but I don't have a merch. I don't have a cash app. Let me check. No donos. Give it all. Give it all to Dylan, please. I forgot to say that. Throw it all Dylan's way. All right. He's the hardest working guy in the UK for true crime in the United States.
Here we are. Thank you, Sean, for the shout out.
Oh, absolutely.
Appreciate my brother. Thank you very much. Let's go through some of these. I can't seem to find the stream, so there's no stream so far in court, guys. So, good morning, ACD. Sorry, they started Yannetti to speak at podium. Yes, thanks, Wendy. Oops, Yannetti. Brenda says, I wish Levy would just step in and do the right thing for Karen. Absolutely. Was the Cedar home owner Proctor's friend on the witness list? Cedar Crest home?
Okay. That's ACD. That's a great question. I did not really thoroughly. His name is Craig Mac, M-A-C Donald. So I don't believe I saw him. So, that could, listen, don't forget, there's a federal side to this whole thing. Federal agents allegedly were the ones that swooped in to grab that duffel bag. Just remember that the Fed's involvement with the state and the defense was to provide exculpatory evidence that showed that Karen Reed is innocent, right? Then, trust me, the Feds are not going to give up their whole case, right? They have a case. Trust me, they have a case, right? And but I'm really interested in what the hell Yannetti needs to talk about. And he said he wanted to do it on the podium, but I think they're probably going sidebar and back in judges' chambers. Listen, there's all kinds of games. They play games, right? And Yannetti's 2 for 2. I'm going to tell you, he's 2 for 2 on getting the hokey doke over Judge Bev. He's sly. He's slick, sly. Jackson's like butter, but Yannetti is sly as they come. He really is.
Ross's mum's in the house. We've got to behave now. She's in the house.
Okay,
Hey, y'all.
from a
Go on.
great source, evidently. Yannetti asked to speak at the podium because he had serious issue and one was very serious. Take that for what it's worth.
That's what Ted Daniels said. So, yeah, same thing. Russ's mum, hey, y'all. Y'all there, Texas, y'all. But she's from Oregon, y'all. Hope everyone is having a beautiful day. Thank you very much to you, Russ's mum, as always. Fairy, hey, Russ's mum. Tim, what the fuck? Hey, Fairy. My husband is Chris. His brothers are John and Stephen. I'm not sure if you know
Leonard, John
who that is. Leonard.
You know,
No.
the hard drive is pretty full, but, you know, I'm sure we bumped, Jesus. He'll come back to me.
Got any more lilies, lol? You selling flowers?
No, I said, I said on my,
I know.
you saw what I said, right?
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Hey, Ozzy. Tim said, Alter Court did not think cameras were allowed for Jewish lecture. They're not in there for the Jewish selection part. They're in there for the motions part. So they normally start off with it and then cut off, but nothing today. Fairy, thank you. The coffee is from me. Thank you, Fairy. Thank you very much for the coffee. I appreciate you. Fairy, Raven, Sláinte from Ireland.
Beautiful.
Fair City, where the girls are so pretty. That's a good song as well.
It is.
He isn't on the list. Hey, P. Diddy. What the fuck? Never heard about that, Elizabeth.
We can talk about it.
Fine. Lowe says, thank you, Delana. And big love and respect for Sean. I can't wait to see you get to deserve flowers. That's a nice message. Thank you, Lowe. That's a lovely message for Sean.
Thank you. Oh, can I respond to that?
Yeah,
can I respond to that? All right. Hey, Big Dog. It was a toss up between Baybank and Shaman. Anyways, this is all private jokes. These banks went out back when I was a kid. I'm just commenting. Bank of Boston, Shaman.
We got this fight. People are interested in the duffel bag now.
Yeah.
People are interested.
Do you guys know about it? Do you know about it, Dylan?
No.
Okay. Shall I get into it?
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
Yeah, I've only had 2 cups of coffee, Rassel's mom. 2 cups will do it.
I mean, yeah.
A year ago around this time, actually, no, take it back. A year ago, probably early March of last year, before Aiden Carney broke the story, neighbors on Cedar Crest, which is at the top of Fairview, okay, witnessed, all right, came from 4 sources, all right, witnessed a bunch of what they called federal agents, four unmarked vehicles, come up to a residence on Fairview. And the 2 residents, a husband and wife, were brought out by these FBI-looking types. They weren't Canton cops. They weren't like state police detectives. According to the sources, they were definitely federal agent type stuff. Okay? So once both residents were taken out and put it on the steps, one of the agents and the male resident went back to the backyard and they emerged with a big hockey duffel bag. And after that, they took the bag and they drove away. So the person's name is a gentleman by the name of Craig McDonough. Now, he factors in because sometime during Turtle Boy's blogs, all right, a golf tournament that happened a few years back had Proctor and this guy Craig McDonald as a foursome, and allegedly Proctor and he are good friends. Now, what was in the duffel bag? Who knows? It just seems, if you're going to pick up a duffel bag, I don't think you need I don't think you need 4 federal agents going. And if it was a DEA thing, say it was drugs, I mean, listen, they would have done something. So clearly it has something to do with the overall investigation. So that's the duffel bag. And it's I can tell you right now that with 4 sources and a principal source is absolutely verified. No deal, no doubt about it.
Here we are. There's a story. You see, I actually, now you said it, I did sort of know. You have mentioned it before, to be fair. But yeah, it's a true story. It's a very
That
good
is a
story.
true story.
So Ted Danica's back and says, "We're back." Judge asking to see both sides of sidebar. She says she doesn't have any motions in front of her.
Yeah.
It appears defense wants to raise something, and that's been discussed privately now.
Yes.
So
Maybe Bev has learned her lesson not to allow Yannetti to go off Murphy's bomb without paper. Who knows?
Yeah, no, maybe. So I'm just trying to see if there's another stream or anything. No, there is no stream, guys. But go through so one of my favorite people on Twitter is here, Seaton Tucker. So she's new to this case. She covered Murdoch and all that. She was very involved in that case. She's new to this case. So she's new to Turtleboy. She's new to Grant. She's new to everything, really. So what are your thoughts on Turtleboy and Grant's behaviour outside the courthouse yesterday? And if you've not seen it, they had like a camera off where they both basically shouted at each other. Basically, Turtleboy is making an impression of Grant, trying to impersonate Grant, essentially. I mean, look, I'm not sure if you've seen it, Sean.
No, I didn't. But wasn't there supposed to be a debate on some news channel between Turtleboy and Grant? Wasn't that supposed to come out?
I think it's coming out either yesterday, today, or something like that.
No, I've never seen it.
But I don't know. I don't like what Grant does in terms of running after Karen and asks her about her affairs with people, and I just don't respect him as a human being, let alone a journalist, you know. And unfortunately, this is what it's come down to. This is what Seaton, if you think this is what it is, unfortunately now, there's going to be a lot of this, and we've not even started yet. You know, we've not even started. Yeah,
Look for
there's a
things
lot.
like this all during the trial. You got to look for things like this during the trial. Here come the dogs, Bob. Hey, look at Jay Burke in the house.
Hang on, there's a few people here. Men hate change. Yes, we do.
Hey, Berkey.
I
said that this is just only a movie. Only a movie. It's only a movie. That's going to be the catch-all phrase. I don't believe. 99 T-Bone. I do not believe that's the same McDonald at the country club. I'm not certain. I just think he was part of the foursome down there. I think he's a hockey player. I can tell you that. So I don't know. Who knows?
Just for Joanne, yeah, we read that one out earlier on, Joanne, about the big news. Apparently, we'll see what Ted says again from that. Do you know what? I clicked my biggest mistake here was, Sean. I clicked show, and obviously it's just full of women that are topless. So my bad.
What happened there? Jesus.
I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere.
I hope you don't get a strike. I hope you don't get a strike. Jesus.
No, I hope not. We missed him. Yeah, so he's from Boston. Sean is from Boston, but living now in Florida. So, so he's loving life at the minute, down the sun, sea, playing golf, and yeah, he's
playing golf. I wish I was playing golf. Jesus, I wish I could do my laundry.
After this one. Ruby, na, 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 na. I don't think that has aired yet, Sean. No, it's not aired yet.
Thank you, Ruby. Thank you. That would be interesting.
Hey, Jay Burke. Hey, Del. Del's in the house with deep voice from Manchester.
Were you guys on yesterday together? Did I see you guys?
No, that was the Druid. That was David. That was Di, the Druid. He was great, by the way. I thought he had some great insights. Fairy says Grant was disrespectful to Jackson today. Asked if he knew a woman who he named. I mean, just Grant's a piece of shit, if I'm being honest with you. It sure is. We are being punked, I think. Lona, I have full faith in this defense. they're great defense. It's just the judge I'm worried about. I'm Boston driving to Florida Friday. Ah, there we are, Lisa. In
Be
Boston,
careful,
I'm driving
Lisa.
to Florida.
You get down to Virginia, that split, the Virginia State Police are all over that place, so be careful. Ted Daniel.
So let's have a refresh there. No, nothing else there. I'm still keeping an eye out to see if there's anything. If any of the streamers are streaming, but so far, no, nothing, zero. Let's have a look here. Refresh. No, there's no one's streaming anything, so we're not missing out on anything. Sometimes you just don't know. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think we're going to see anything today, Sean. We're just going to rely on Ted Daniels, which is fine.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
good old
which is
Ted.
fine. You know,
Yeah.
I'd love to see if, yeah, they're probably just going to keep it easy because it's going to be a continuation of what happened yesterday. So, but it'd be nice to see what Yannetti has to say at that podium.
Yeah. But she did mention there's no motions in front of her. She probably doesn't want to discuss anything. Also, interesting, she doesn't want anything on record, which is a bit worrying that she doesn't want it on record.
Well, I mean,
you know,
we're technically at selecting a jury, right? He has every right, more so now, to address the judge from the podium. The time for motions are basically over, but she may have him reduce it for writing at lunchtime. Who knows? But
I got you. Was Grant allowed in? He's not tweeting. I have no idea. No idea.
if I'm not mistaken, when I came on your show, I believe the state trooper was escorting Grant out, saying that he did not have a valid press pass. If that was the guy, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, that'd be good. That'd be a lesson for him. Good morning, Shannon. Hello. How are you doing, my darling? Wish I could be in mass to go to court. Work happened to prevent trips. I think, Jay Burke, that they're limiting. I'm not sure if Dennis is in or not. I know that they're limiting how many people can be in court. Tilboy said there's about 15, 16 there yesterday by the end. Dal says Jessica tweets live from inside the court. Excuse the spelling. No, she's not there today. She's not there today, Dal.
Really?
She said she's not going to be there until court resumes because it's the same. She's basically said it's just jury selection, so I'm not going to be bothered, So otherwise, I'd yes. Barry says Jess isn't there today. Good morning, Suzanne from Italy.
Oh, nice.
Suzanne Jalkinke.
Yakinga.
Yalkinga. Suzanne. Hello. Sorry, we've got. Oh, I think that was Tom. The Tom definitely got a shout to say you haven't got media credentials. No,
Oh,
Tom,
okay. Maybe it was Mia. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe it was. Who knows?
We've done the drive about 8 times back and forth, only to get jerk off, and it was Georgia. Oh, you got stopped in Georgia.
Yeah, that's tough.
Seriously, should might be judicial review over limitations of third-party defense. Maybe, yeah. You might be right. See,
Right.
You repeated yourself twice. Yes, it was Tom. And
Oh, okay.
Tom was told to get off the steps.
Okay.
It's interesting that Grant's not tweeted though. I mean, I'm normally what he tweets is lies anyway, but I mean, still nothing from Ted yet anyway. Once we know a little bit more of this moved on, there's no court. We'll move on, but because I still want to go through this taillight with you.
Okay, sure.
But I want to make sure that I don't want to interrupt you. Do you know what I mean? So I want to make sure that we don't start it and have to stop. So
Whatever you want there, my friend.
we'll give it 5-10 minutes now because if anyone knows where, if or for anybody to let us know if it does go live at any point. Law Crime are not covering it, so Larry Foreman said defense had a motion, but the judge says that she didn't have a motion, so any motion in front of her. Law said he had to present it to Commonwealth before arguing. Oh, okay. Are they streaming from the court straight? Brenda, we don't know. I don't think so. Go to DUI tweets. DUI guy tweets. Shouting, Megan. Shouting, are we? Okay, hang on. I have to take it off there because I don't want to see any more titties.
See more what?
Oh, Jesus. Hang on. DUI guy. Okay, here you go. Present it. Share Larry Foreman. So DUI guy is in the courthouse. He says I'm in. So to start the day off, judge walked in at 9:07 a.m. The defense had a motion. He started arguing it. The judge stops him. Did you present it to the prosecution? Not yet, was the response. Well, go ahead and do it. And she walks out. We're still in recess.
Oh, okay.
That was 6 minutes ago.
Wow.
H-Bag's in there. Look at him. Wait, what? She's just up and left the courtroom. Nicole's in there. She's a ray of sunshine. Look at you people in there. Trailer Swift. I love these names. But H-Bag's straight in there. He's one of your mods.
H-Bag's a mod for. Yeah, look at that. How about that? Yeah.
Oh, yes, he did. Hang on. Laurie, I just got the notification. I can't show it, but I don't want to dox you, but thank you to Lo for the money as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm not sure if you left a message with it. Let me just check if you've left a message. But yeah, you can send PayPal and I'll see the messages. I can read them out. Show story. No message, but I'll send you a message back. Thank you very much. You very much. Here we are. I've sent you a message back, Laurie. Thank you very much for the PayPal. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you for them. I won't say your second name because I don't want to dox you. So, but thank you though. Sean, you mentioned Higgins a few times. Yesterday, you said he's not working. Does that mean he's no longer with ATF?
Okay. I would find it extremely hard to believe that the U.S. Department of Justice, not the ATF itself, the U.S. Department of Justice would allow any agent to be out on the street making cases with this umbrella over him. Okay. The best I can think of is I can't listen. I'm not gonna say per se that he's fired. I'm not gonna say that the best I can say, Tony, is he's probably on administrative leave. Okay. I can tell you right now, if he did give, and I believe he did, if he gave a proffer, as I believe he did, to the U.S. attorney, then he's off the job. There's no way, there's absolutely no way that he could be working for the ATF. And I do have it on good authority that he, in fact, was about a month and a half ago in Canton, all right, talking to his buddies up there, who I have a direct lead into. He was asking around people looking for a job, in particular, driving a truck. Now, like I said, I'm not going to make a definitive statement, but, circumstantially, I would say he's not working. That's it. I can tell you right now, if he was definitely given that proffer, which I believe, listen, Yannetti read it. Yannetti read the proffer. right? Higgins told about him destroying evidence, right? Evidence. His phone was evidentiary, all right? Come on, guys. Let's face it. This, this could promote another rant by me today, Dylan. So I'm just saying, I'm not going to go to the top on this one. I'm 99.9% he's off the job. The other guy says he's working. I doubt it. I doubt it very much.
We will get a Sean rant. Don't worry, guys. We will get there. It's fine. I'm working on it. I'm building him up. I am. I don't want him to peak too early. Do you know what I mean? So, Tebow says, "Is there no brokers?" Apparently not, because Ozzy says there's not. There's still other stuff going on. I know a lot of you don't have Twitter, so I will still stream it. Go on.
Dylan, can I just respond to Brenda Henderson real quick?
Where are you, Brenda? Yeah.
She's right there. I have. All right. So Brenda says, "Isn't a prophet called a queen of the day?" Yeah, in certain circumstances. In this particular case, though, let's put all the things together. He's got a former federal prosecutor as his attorney. He himself is a federal agent. Okay, okay. So basically, his proffer. Okay, let's make believe his proffer went down the tubes. Okay, went down the tubes. The proffer, the way it's given, okay, you come, okay, I'm a federal agent. You, Brenda, are the person who is suspected or has committed a crime. You want to come in with your attorney and proffer something in return for either leniency or immunity, okay? And the only way you can get there is you tell me everything. You tell me everything, not just about this case. You got to tell me everything, because what the prosecution or the U.S. attorney wants to avoid, is any bad acts that you don't tell me about that can come up behind you from a prosecutor, like from a defense attorney. Okay, just real quick, Dylan. So in that proffer, okay, which was read by David Yannetti, and he said admitted to busting up his SIM card, taking his phone down to Otis, the Air Force base or whatever base it is down there, talking to Brian Albert. He's literally reading off the proffer, and the proffer came as a result of the TUI, and the TUI is a result of the feds giving exculpatory evidence to both the Commonwealth and the defense. So not only was he queen for the day, but I'm pretty sure he's on team feds. He's not going to, I'm telling you, he's not going to avoid jail time. He's going to testify. He already went to the grand jury. He's going to testify, okay, against these people. He will. And basically, Dave Yannetti held back on all the stuff. But interesting enough, Brenda, I think you know about this system. He unloaded all on Higgins. And that's a ploy, all right? He went light on Colin. He went light on Brian. Listen, I got 35 years, 28 years doing exactly what Yannetti did, right? Brian Higgins is on team feds. He's a federal team player now. Doesn't mean he's getting off. He's going to do jail time. He did not help a fallen officer. And he went to a state grand jury and he lied in the grand jury, that grand jury, right? And it wasn't until probably his own attorney, who was a former Fed, and another federal attorney whispered in his ear and said, "Dude, your guy's done." And I said in one of my comments, he's the perfect, we always look for weak links in any conspiracy case. You want to look at a weak link. That's the guy you want. He can go up and he could go down. He can crucify his co-conspirators. He can nail Brian Albert. He can nail Jennifer, what's her name, McCabe. All these people, they can nail. He can nail Proctor. He can nail Berkowitz, right? He can nail them all. And he probably has other information that he was privy to. He is the class. If I had to pick anyone, he would be my guy. He would be my guy. And so the question is, Queen for the day? Yes, but he is definitely team Fed, no doubt about it.
Couple of questions here. Whilst we're there, so CLW, not question but statement. I just asked Kevin why the blood splatter was on top of the snow after 5 hours of snowing, and he couldn't answer the question. My question.
You mean Plevin? Kevin, the other guy, Kevin?
Yeah.
He can't answer. Come on. What about Shelley? What's Shelley
Yeah,
got?
I got it, Shelley. There. If a witness, Higgins or someone else, is on the witness stand and tells the truth, which is exculpatory, Jesus, to Karen, can the trial end right there and then?
No, it can't. What's going to happen is, as you know this, Dylan, before the defense ever gives their case, they always say when the prosecution says the Commonwealth of Massachusetts rests, that's when the defense gets up. Okay, Your Honor, we would like to have a directed verdict. All right, the Commonwealth has not reached their burden of proof, or they can ask for a dismissal. Okay, with prejudice, and the judge, I'm telling you, if it comes out that Higgins said I was in the house, I saw Brian Albert and someone else or whatever, the dog and everything else, kill John, right? If they can put John in that house, the case against Karen Reed is over with. I don't care if the judge is blindfolded and is deaf, right? She has to dismiss that case. No doubt about it. So or Lally gets up and says, Your Honor, with this evidence, I have to dismiss the case. Listen, this is going to be a bloodbath. I don't care. I'm telling you right now, the more I talk about this, the more I feel you will never get to opening statements. And if you do, it's going to be a bloodbath. I just don't see how they can do it. There's something going to happen. Something is going to happen before that jury is seated. I don't know what the hell Yannetti said.
So, before it appears that the issues Yannetti alluded to will not be discussed in open court. There was a lengthy discussion at sidebar. When that ended, Judge Canone called for the jury candidates.
All right.
They are walking in now.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So Del thinks the same as you. He's like, my gut feeling says this case ends by the end of the week. I can feel it.
I like Del Stu. I like him. I like him a lot.
Del, we love you, Del. We love you, man. Yeah, so we got Ted tweeting. We got, obviously, DUI tweeting as well. Directed stupid talk to Texas court. Jurors walking in, whatever his issue was not being discussed now, no. So I got Ted Daniels on the phone. Every time he tweets, bang, I get a notification. So there's not going to be a notification for a little bit. So let's do the crime walk again. Let's get Sean's tweet up. Glera reporting Peter Murphy heard in court that police officers lied. I mean, Sean will find that out at some point anyway, because he's good friends with Peter Murphy.
Okay, so, I don't know what that means. Glera reporting Peter Murphy heard in court that police officers lied. Well, of course they did. Of course they did. Yes.
Right. Let me get your tweet up, young sir.
Okay.
Young Sean. Right. We'll do it. So yes, we have got DUI guy and Ted Daniels tweeting. So when this updates, I will put them up. Do not fear. I am here. Mel says Glera is giving Peter Murphy props. He deserves props. Peter Murphy deserves a hell of amount of props. He's a shy guy. He is an outstanding. He's a kind of police officer that is currently missing in Boston, it seems. So an honest, hardworking, diligent sergeant.
He is. He really is.
You know him better than me, but what his impression, great guy.
Hey, he's a great guy. I talk to him every day. We talk. I'm telling you, I have never physically met Peter Murphy. Right? I've done something like this with him, right? I've never met anyone physically. I've met one police officer from Canton, right? In this new age, new era, I met one guy. In the old days, I met Vinnie Rafferty, which is the father of Helena Rafferty. I met Tommy Kelleher, which is the father of the deputy chief. And I do have other breaking news. I do. All right. So you want to hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So you remember there was a call released by Canton PD about the responding to the crime scene. And there's a call coming in saying, hey, Kelly, check on the address again. Okay. And Kelly comes back, oh, it's 32 Fairview. And the guy says, oh no, the guy says, hey, Kelly, this is what the hell's his name? Anyways, it's Gallagher. I forget his first name, whatever Gallagher's first name is. He said, hey, so-and-so, this is Gallagher. Check the address again. The lieutenant is checking to see what address it is. Okay. What the hell is Gallagher's name? I've had this forever. Paul Gallagher. Yes, GM. Jesus, my head. The transmission goes, you're right. Hey, Kelly, this is Paul. Check the address again. The lieutenant's trying to verify. That's right, GM, Paul Gallagher. So guess who the lieutenant is? Everyone thought at that time, the guy across the street was the deputy chief. No, he was the lieutenant. That fool, all right, knowing his data just jogged my memory. That fool, right, across the street that should have had the damn camera, right, is calling in to Paul Gallagher to verify the address. Now, they know, he can look out his window and see the all the stuff that's going on right outside. And then the poor dispatcher goes, well, she's not a dispatcher. She's actually a cop. Her name is Kelly Dever. She's on the witness list. She is now a Boston cop. And she said, no, it's 32 Fairview. That's how the 32 Fairview came out. And guess what? Kelleher was a lieutenant. It blew my mind. I said, how many lieutenants they got in that damn force? At January 29th, 2022, Kelleher was not a deputy chief. He was a friggin' lieutenant. And he's asking, right, that's right, Carrie, Kelleher. He's asking Paul Gallagher what the hell the address was to confirm. I'll get that tape, but I just put that together the other night. Yeah. I'm telling you, all this stuff comes to my head 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, video then I told him to get rid of it.
You know, Jean is old school, Kenny Street, Tilden area. She's Kingsbury Road girl. She knows the truth. Jean Paulantano definitely knows the truth. She's one of the old school girls. Jean Paul, not that she's old, but she's from the old gang, the old neighborhood, the old neighborhood. Here we go. How about this? Bang.
Here we are. Fireworks. Right.
Hey.
I'll get you tweet up now. Right? Before I get you tweet up, please make sure you go and like this video as well. Please get us in. Every like means that me and Sean get in the algorithm. So we try and get in the algorithm, get more people here so we can all hear more from Sean. So please give it a like to help the channel grow and get out there. Before I put it in,
and if you're ever inclined, if you were ever inclined to give me $1, slide it over to give all the donations, all the cash apps, all the coffee, all the super chats, all the whatever to Dylan, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Sean. Thank you for that. That means a lot. You know that. Thank you very much.
That. What am I doing? That's right, Jeannie. They had the video. There's no doubt.
I heard that other people in the neighborhood were told to tell anyone that came looking for a video from that night not to hand it over.
Wow.
That's probably. Kelly had video when he said he didn't catch anything. So a lot of people have got missing videos. Mia says, so are you saying that he wanted her to say the wrong address on purpose? Just trying to understand what you're getting at. Sorry. What the
What I'm saying is the dispatcher said 32. I don't know why. Well, she was a cop. She was a Canton police officer, and she said 32. I'm pretty sure that's what the radio transits. So I know who Paul is. He definitely was a lieutenant. He hadn't arrived yet. We know the officers were on the scene were Sarif, Mulaney, and Sergeant Good, right? Sean Good, right? We know Paul arrived, and Lank. Lank was there. How the hell can this guy be looking out, right? How can this guy be looking out his window and not know the address? I mean, come on. This is beyond crazy.
Is Kellier on the witnesses? I don't know, but Qbert says he's not. They're not on the list yet.
No, he's not.
I didn't know. Said that he only had a motion sensor type camera, just covered front stairs at the time. I'm sure. I'll take it. Also, can't wait to hear them describe the motion in Sally's port, where 4 guys were also in motion, not just the car. That's a good point. You know, it wasn't just a car. It's with the motion detectors. It's also there were people there that was set off motion detectors.
Exactly.
That is disgraceful that he made that lie. But well, it's only partially, motion sensor. Okay. Love you, Sean and Dylan. Thank you, Elise. Thank you very much.
Sully.
Sean Good sucks. Sean, can you explain the confusion with the address 32V34?
Well, okay, so it's kind of funny. I don't know why, but obviously the area where John was actually located is closest to 32. So if you're looking at the house, okay, you're looking at the house. It's to the left of the front door, right? Closest to the property line of where 32 would lie. Okay. Now listen, we know the call came in because we heard it, right? For 34 Fairview. We know Jen McCabe said that. How the hell they screwed that up when Paul Gallagher is asking, hey, Kelly, can you confirm the address? Because the lieutenant wants to verify. Come on, what are you kidding me? The guy lives across the street. And I'll tell you one more thing, right? I guarantee Kenny Berkowitz was on that scene too. I can't prove it. I can guarantee that he was on that scene.
We got trouble ahead now. We got trouble. We got Heather Taylor here. So strap in. She's got a potty mouth on her, but we love her. Dylan and Jefe, the dynamic duo. Good morning, guys. Good morning to you, Heather. Lovely to see you. I've not seen you for a long time. So welcome back, Heather. Lovely to see you, my darling.
To think the egomaniac Berkowitz, who clearly, I'm going to tell you right now, there is no doubt in my mind, no doubt, that when Brian Higgins went back to the Canton PD, Berkowitz knew at that time that John was dead. I guarantee it. Okay? Hasn't come out yet, but I guarantee. That's exactly why Higgins went to the station. There's no other reason. He didn't want his cell phone contacting what's his name, Berkowitz. There is no doubt in my mind. He would have never known that Helena Rafferty was the acting chief. He called his buddy. And some reports are saying that Berkowitz went down to the funeral with them that day. That was floated. So who knows?
Ted Daniels just says this is a rinse repeat of yesterday. Judge explaining case on the selection process to a new group of about 100 jury candidates.
Yeah.
So rinse repeat.
Okay, so that they're not gonna go live today. I can tell you that.
Yeah. So Larry DY guy says that there's all 190 plus. Jesus, hang on, let me just get it. Hang on. So Larry tweets this. He says, the jury pool just walked in, all 190 of them, plus of them. The courtroom is full with activity and breathing. The judge swore an oath to tell the truth upon questioning by the state or defense attorneys. The judge is reading the criminal complaint to the potential jurors. Judge is quoting John Adams' "Lady, please." So yeah, same as yesterday. So hang on. So we get to your question. After we get to a couple more questions, we'll get to your taillight, Sean.
That's fine, my friend.
And then we might be joined there with Dana. I know you've got to hop off at some point. And then I got a couple of videos to play, and then we'll just see what court says, and hopefully we've got some more selected today. So there's confusion. Some are saying 30. They said Jen said 34. Some are saying 32. So there's a bit of confusion. I don't remember what she said.
So I can tell you right now, the call came in. We know that Jennifer McCabe said 34 Fairview, but then we do have some kind of document that said 32 Fairview, right? And we have the radio transmission between Paul Gallagher and Kelly Dever, who's the police officer now handling radio transmissions up there. She said 32 Fairview because Lieutenant Kelleher wanted to confirm the address. How the hell can he not look out? I guarantee he was out there too. These guys, this is like, I mean, the Keystone cops would make these guys look foolish. I'm telling you, this is crazy. And Paul Gallagher is better than that. Paul Gallagher is smarter than that. I want to know, Dylan, who is the cop that places Berkowitz and Higgins together in that garage? That's the person I want to know. And guess what? He's on the list. He or she is on the list.
Right. Okay. I'll play the vocal. Hang on. Before I play the vocal, Sean, hang on. Strap yourself in, Sean. Hang on.
I got to tell you, Dylan, I like that.
It's Mexi Texi. So this is from Alison Sacone. Sorry if I say that wrong. Bought a coffee. Love watching you and Sean. You guys are killing it. Thank you, Alison. And as always, appreciate you and appreciate the Buy Me Coffee. Shout out to you. Let's go. Thank you very much. I have got the Hackster has sent me. Bear with me. The phone call, the 911 call. So bear with me whilst I go and get that. I will play it.
Beautiful.
So hang on, let me pause it for a second. Let's play this bad boy then. So shout out to the Hackster, always available to help me out. So let's play the clip, guys. Share screen.
Yes, I need someone to take 34th Yearby Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I can put that. Okay. I know. Where's my get? I don't see blanket carry. Yes, I need some. Third floor, CSU building business. John is 46 years old. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could be an operating hour. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know. I did. I know, I'm on the phone with Andrew. I know, honey, I know.
That's it.
No. There you go. Right, hang on. Before I won't do this every time, but thank you to Kate. Terrific channel. Happy I don't have to watch Karen retry by myself, and that is all we can aim for. I want people to come here, feel welcomed, feel informed, feel part of the family. So thank you, Kate. And yes, you're more than welcome here. Everyone's welcome here, and everyone's opinions are welcome as well. I've missed that, so thank you very much, Kate, for that. Heather got a question. I'm well behind now. I'm not sure if it was reported or if it would be reported due to his death. But was John's blood alcohol ever mentioned?
I don't believe so. I haven't seen the full autopsy report, but I don't believe so. Probably, maybe.
Okay, let's go. Right, before I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing any questions here, guys. I know there's a lot of stuff people commenting, so thank you for commenting. Surely Leo on the desk when the car arrived to CPD is a son of Tom Theodore.
That's correct.
Heart-wrenching to hear, Karen. Sorry I'm driving too, so talk to test isn't playing nice today. Thank you, and thank you to Eric posting that for me. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here from people. Thank you guys for commenting. Right, let's get Sean's stuff up here then before. Well, is Paul here as well, is he? Did I miss Paul?
Guess they're all at their day jobs today.
Hey, Paul, too many emotions listening to this. Yes. Heartbreaking, yes. I agree. let's get your tweet up then before
Okay.
I forget. And then you can discuss it. We've got, remember, we've got Dana coming on in about 20 odd minutes. So
Oh, good.
I presume Paul's working today. So this is your tweet. So do you want to explain this tweet then?
It did. That dawned on me. I was doing this all the wrong way. You want to read it, Dylan? You can read it. I like your voice.
Okay, let's read it. I'll read it as a Texans, y'all. No, I won't. It dawned on me that I have been presenting Taylor backwards. So here we go. In picture 1, which we'll go to now, this is how the Commonwealth claims that Taylor looked at 12:34 a.m. on the 29th after they say Karen hit John. The rest of the photos are 4.5 hours after picture 1. Please show the CPT dashcam video. Let's get it on. So this is.
So picture 1, you can blow it up. There it is, right? That's how they're saying, all right, this is critical. The Commonwealth wants us to believe that this is what the taillight looked at 12:34 when Karen departed 34 Fairview after she dropped off John O'Keefe. Okay, that's their picture. That's their picture. Okay. Now the next one, that's 4.5 hours later as she's pulling out. Go back one. No, I want everyone. No, before you do that, no, go back real quick. Yeah. No. Yeah, I guess you can. All right, go to this one over here, the one to the right.
This one.
Yes, that one right there. Okay, so I want you to focus in on that circle. Okay, that circle right there. That right there. Now go back to the first picture there, Dylan. Okay, there is absolutely no way. You look at the bottom right of that first picture. That's where the LEDs are supposed to be. Okay, there's no wires. There's no way that car at 5:08 in the morning could function. Now you can show the rest of the pictures. So there's that fully intact. We have red. We have lights. All right. We have LEDs. Next one. We obviously see it again, but even more. See the rounded edge? That's the part that got found at 6 o'clock by the CERT. This is crazy, right? This is crazy. That rounded edge is the only rounded piece of the car. And clearly you can see the outlines right there. And it's also flanked by lights that are operable. They're operating at 5:08. And then you get one more.
Before we go to the next one, Wendy, thank you very much for the super chat. Have to leave for the day. We'll keep up with Twitter. See you tomorrow. Good luck tonight, Sean. Thank you, Wendy.
Okay. And now, so here's another version. Okay. I'm telling you right now, if you look right there, you have red plastic, which is illuminated, which has behind it more plastic as a shell. And then you have the LEDs, which are functioning. Now, if you go back to number 1 there, Dylan, go back to that first picture. People, I'm going to tell you right now, that's how they said that taillight could have looked just like that at 5:08. There should have been no lights on the side. There should have been no red showing anywhere. It should have been all white on the back, nothing on the side. So you people, you make your decision. I can tell you right now, I want to see that dash cam. I want to see what they're going to show us. And that's it. I should have done this a long time ago. I should have put the first picture. That picture should have been first instead of the last picture. So anyways, that's how you do it.
That's informative. It's good to have that breakdown, though. Do you know what I mean? It's good that you've done it that way. Yeah. Hang on. Because that is your baby, man. So, you know it better than most people. So, correction. Yesterday, 90 jurors from yesterday, 70 stated they heard of the case. 25 had already formed an opinion. 4 selected today. 100 plus showed up. Judge said the trial should last 6 to 8 weeks. Jurors are warned every person is innocent unless and until proven guilty by the Commonwealth, unless they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the evidence alone. Larry also says the reason this is taking so long is because too many people have heard about this case and the prosecution doesn't want anyone who knows about it. So basically, the Commonwealth do not, if you've heard about the case, the Commonwealth do not want you on there. Okay. Hang on. The dude who removed it best be on the witness list, Heather. Is he? We don't know, do we? Who removed it?
Who removed what? The taillight?
Taylor, yeah.
Doesn't need to be. I can tell you right now, it doesn't need to be, because once they go through, I'm sure they're going to go through better than me. Once they go through that demonstration, there's no need. They're going to lose it. He was just part of the chain of custody. Once they go through that little demonstration, it's over with. They're going to lose the taillight. So the chain of custody won't matter.
How about the changed CPD report where they added a picture of the found taillight that MSP magically found 12 hours later?
Exactly. And they changed Brian's telephone numbers. That's true, Ferry. They can't dispute that.
Darcy, look at it, smooth like butter. Yeah. Question from OBZMB. And honestly, Sean, it should have been all black because weren't the bulbs supposed to be missing as well?
Absolutely. It should have been nothing functioning. They eviscerated that taillight when it got back. So I just used their words against them. But now it got better. So.
And we got Erin Hack from Minnesota. Sean,
Yeah.
was there any on either witness list that really surprises you? Go on.
Yes. The driver of the truck that Ryan Nagel is in. That rang a bell to me yesterday. I'm saying, what did he see? That's that right there. That driver, I forget his name. That very interesting to me. Very interesting. Keep an eye on that witness. I'll find his name. But that's a witness to keep an eye on. I feel like I'm a sports announcer. Keep an eye on this guy.
If he walks like a duck,
it's a duck.
They pulverized it. It's Irish. They pulverized it. They did, Fairy. They pulverized it. Top of the morning to you, Fairy. Heather Taylor says, true. I was just thinking he'd be like, oh, this picture. Hell no. That's not what it looked like when I got the car. What are you saying, Lally? Yeah. Well, there's no pictures. That's the problem. And until they want it to be pictures, you know. The other key piece, I was watching a bit of Vinny as well. Is this the phone search of Hoslong to Dying Cold? That's also quite a mic drop moment going to be as well, I think. Yes, Ryan Nagel, big witness. Do we have a list of the defense exhibits? Nah. Only the prosecution, I believe. Lucky, the plow driver. Which list was he on?
He's on the defense list.
You know. What was Rafferty doing on 29th of January? Yeah, true. Hello, went to Dedham yesterday for a few hours. Hey, Robin. How are you doing, man? How are you doing, Rob? June hate Lally nonsense. I mean, he's not a nice guy. I didn't say he doesn't come across really nice. Do you know what? Oh, actually, do you know what I fucking saw yesterday, Sean? It made my blood boil. It's lots. I got sent this thing about. Have you seen what? Sometimes people send me stuff and go, "Hey, this is what X, Y, and Z is saying." People shits basically were saying yesterday, Karen, as she's arriving in court, people had the gall to say that she should be ashamed of herself and that she should be not have a smile on her face. She should have a decency of, should have a frown. If they were in her situation, they would be smiling and all that. This is a woman that is innocent unless proven guilty. This is a woman that is basically should be exonerated. Why wouldn't she be confident going in there? That shows you how confident she is on this case. She's got nothing to hide.
Right.
So
No.
why are these people trying to shame her and say all these horrible stuff about her? I just hate it. And you know exactly who they are as well, sure. There's horrible people,
No, listen,
Anyway.
they put her through. They really did. They put her through the ringer. She now knows. She now knows the truth. I mean, she's known the truth, but she now has the evidence that they needed. It was always about the third party, and they have it.
Yeah. Not true. Hello, Lynn. Lynn Tate. Hi, looking forward to another great show, guys. Thank you, Lynn. I always appreciate your support on Twitter as well. List was combined. It was two separate lists, and then some people have combined it, stuff like that. So I think somebody from your channel on Facebook show made a really good list about who's duplicates, who actually. Let's go to
I
it.
think that's. I believe that's. Yeah, that's. She's another great analyst. That's. Jesus.
Audrey, is it?
Audrey Presty. She is incredible. She's one of the OGs also.
Let me find it. It was really, really good. I forgot to like it. Hang on, I need to find it because it is in your channel, I believe. So, let me go into it here. Audrey Presty. Here we go. Right. Let me do this now. DUI guy in the courthouse. Yes, he is in the courthouse. He's tweeting. He's tweeting with Ted Daniels and all them. Nothing's happening though. Hang on.
I'm tweeting with Melanie Little right now, and she's saying now Fox News is Fox Live is picking up on the case. A lot of people are going to be getting on, but they're presenting all the wrong information. It's crazy.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. You can't see this properly, I don't think, but Audrey's done this so they got the witnesses that on both lists are here. The on defense list only are all here, and the Commonwealth list is all here. And she's tagged it like confirmed at 34 Fairview, Good Samaritan Hospital. She's color coded it for people as well. So
she's incredible.
Amazing. Oh, that's my thumbnail. So yeah, go over to Sean's channel on Facebook. It's called Corruption, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Oh shit, I can't say it. And beyond. Go over there, take a look, and it's in the pictures. You'll see them down here. So shout out to Audrey as well for doing
Audrey's
that.
great.
Let's see what DUI guy's saying again, then, shall we? Whilst he's there, some people are saying he's tweeting. So I'll just.
So I got news. I guess Kevin is really tearing me apart on his show right now.
Is he?
Yeah, I love it.
Hang on.
I love it.
We'd be lucky to pick 4 more jurors. Others say opening statements will start on Monday. Well, he believes it'll start on Monday.
Yeah.
Amazing more happens. Judge asks who knows about this case. 70% of jurors' hands go up.
Whoa. Well, that's all right. That means 30%, right? That means 30
so 100 people.
So 30 don't. So.
Do you want to go and see what Kevin said about you?
I don't know. I don't care. Listen, I'm done. I'm done with him.
Fuck him. I'll say it for you. Fuck you, Kevin. Piece of shit. Fine. Whatever. Let him do his own thing. Right. Jury selection tedious process. It is a tedious process, but it's such an important part of it. Do you know what I mean? So, I've got a video player. Go
You know
on.
why it's easier sometimes in federal court? Because unless it's like a real, like the Whitey Bulger case, right? Or stuff like that, John Gotti. But generally, most federal cases are unheard of because the feds don't put their cases out there. So generally speaking, it's pretty easy to pick a jury because they don't really hear about the case, you know? They just have to go through the normal stuff, you know? So,
Okay. Super easy to pick a jury. Super
yeah,
easy.
right.
No one hears about the cases. So, Mama Brad says, pay no mind to Kevin Short. I think he just likes to hear himself talk.
Well,
100%.
this is something I picked out yesterday too, right? So the trolls, when they were really banging me big time, right? They were saying, "Oh, you can't wait till you see what she did at the Pequaside Farms. She pulled in, and there's video of her checking her taillight. Sean, you're done. It's over with." I said, "Really? Really? All right. Well, guess what? If she stopped for a second, she would throw that whole timeline off. We know she never stopped. But funny, the Pequaside video is not in evidence for them, nor is the Cassie's video. The Cassie's corner store, that's not in evidence. And I don't believe I saw the what you call the temple, the Jewish temple. I don't believe they have their video. So these trolls were given all this crazy, purposely put out misinformation. Kevin, where is the Gretchen Voss recording of Karen saying I pulled up tail light and I put it on the ground? That's not there, right? And furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, it was in the context that when Karen was having this conversation with Gretchen Voss for the interview, it was a hot mic, but she was talking to her attorney. Okay, so now they got 12 people saying they have bias. Wow.
Sorry, I just put it for people to read this all, but you can carry on because it said 3 people have now had interactions with witnesses. More than half indicate they've heard or talked with the case. That's not immediate disqualified because the case is so high profile.
Right.
Roughly 25 people raise their hands when asked if they've formed an opinion of the case. 12 people indicate they've already formed a bias in this case.
Okay. Well, I would say that's actually pretty good odds for a high profile case. They should have a jury by Friday. They'll start opening statements on Monday. That would be my call.
Start fresh, yeah. Started fresh. I didn't think they'd get 4 yesterday. So if they can manage to get 4 today again, that's a big win. Do you know what I mean? So 4 each day would be good. Um, um, I have got a video to play. I'm not going to play yet because Dana's coming on once he's able to. So after that, I'll start playing some videos for you guys as well so that you can see that. But if you've got questions for Sean, play them now because he has to go in a bit.
So Shelley, let me answer Shelley 1466. Great comment. Yeah. Yeah. Officer Hernandez is the cop that Brian beat up. Not only did he beat him up, but he also had an affair with his wife. I'm sorry, Brian. I mean, it's too bad you're such a dirty person. But you know how he cleared that up, the beating? He cleared it up, Shelley, by inviting him on the special unit. What kind of man is Hernandez? Seriously, you got slapped around by Brian, right? You know he had an affair with your wife, Hernandez, but you go on his unit, really? I mean, what kind of men are these guys? And let me tell you, that was 3 or 4 people said it. So
And so people have now queried there is no jury selection on Friday, so
oh
they
really?
don't have it.
Okay,
So yeah, so it might be Monday, Tuesday. We just don't know.
okay.
But even if it's Monday, they might as soon as they get a jury together, we'll have about an hour, and they will be going live. So it'd be happening really quick. Melanie says, "How is this the justice slash judicial system able to get away with corruption?" Let's face it, Beverly is in on the payout. Look at the track record of wrongful convictions of Boston. I've had no dealings with her. I know nothing about her, but has she got a bit of a reputation? Maybe with wrongful convictions. I don't know anything about her, so I default to you as chat. You probably know much more than us on that. narcissistic trolls live in their own world and believe themselves. It's super sick. Yes, Nancy, you've nailed it, Nancy. Said at the very beginning that they had video Karen hitting officer. Now, this is interesting what Fairy's saying, because the comment said at the very beginning that they had video of Karen hitting Officer John, Officer O'Keefe. Where is it?
It's not there. And that was, I believe, a ploy to force a plea, right?
Because, yeah, I think you're right. But but for Karen, knowing that she didn't hit him, and knowing that it can't be any video, it's like, well, why are you bullshitting me? Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to plea because there is no video. So, okay. Let's see the things there.
I got to credit Melanie Little for this little tidbit, this little nugget. If they're alleging that Karen Reed killed John in a motor vehicle accident, right? Where is the motor vehicle accident report?
Yeah.
You have to have an accident vehicle report. That was an incredible. Of course, Melanie, most of her time was doing civil cases directly out of accident investigations.
Hold on, I need to get this setting right first. We've got our first guest coming on board here, so I need to. Bloody hell, do you know what he's trying to set stuff and he can't set it? Hang on. Where have I put this? I think it's no. Is that one? I don't know. I'm bringing him on anyway. Dana! How
Miss
you,
Dana.
fella?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Dana.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Good seeing you, my friend.
What's happening in your world, Dana?
Oh, I'll
Because
tell you,
busy guy.
it's been super busy. Yesterday we had the intention of checking in with you both a lot more than we were able to. I know Paul checked in with you guys at one point, but it was really kind of a day of getting the lay of the land for outside the courthouse. We didn't really know what to expect. We did run some recon the day before to kind of see, where the barriers were going to be for the buffer zone and all that type of a thing. And, then we went live Monday night and we, kind of want to have a game plan going in. We kind of flew blind and had everybody meet up, but it was a great turnout. It was a great day. The buffer zone is, as much as we think it's a bunch of bullshit, we have to adhere to the rules. So, in order to be heard, we don't do anybody any good if we're put in handcuffs. So,
Yeah, true.
Dylan, before you start,
go on.
I just got a message that I'm 15 minutes out to talk to these people. So I'm going to kindly say goodbye and wish you guys luck. Where's Dana?
Yeah.
Did Dana leave?
Shit,
Here we go.
No,
Okay.
I picked the wrong button.
Anyways, listen, a great send off to all the people in the chat. Thank you for your support to Dylan and Dana. You got it all, my friend. Thank you for being out there. You guys are great.
See you tomorrow, buddy. All right?
All right, buddy.
Good luck.
See you tomorrow.
But before I get any further, Dana, right? I got something to show you here, right?
Sure.
Because where's it gone? So we'll get into a whole thing with tomorrow, yesterday, and stuff like that. As we do it, but I need to show you this first. If I can find it, I didn't tee it up in time. Why did I not tee this up in time? Because I'm stupid sometimes, Dana. I got this, and I wanted to. Here we go. I got it. Bear with me. I just got to change there. No, I haven't got it. Why have I not got it? I think I might be on the wrong one here. I'll try and find it. Anyway, I'll try and find it. Before we go into it, right, so tell me, obviously you started, but how hard has it been to set everything up with like the barriers though? How hard has it been on you guys? Because everyone's relying on you three, you, Paul, and Tracy, because whether you like it or not, people listen to you. Do you know what I mean? So how much pressure have you felt under all this with the changes and everything?
Well, I mean, we try to establish the fact that we're not here to tell anybody what to do, Dylan. We do what we do, and we can investigate and try to figure out, encourage best practices. Basically, if you go there and you do this, you very well may get in trouble. If you go there and you do this, you may be fine. So, but we don't know until we get there because their interpretation of the rules and the law, it could vary from, you know, police officer to police officer. Cop could show up and say, you can't do this, and the other one could come by and say, yeah, that's not a problem. So I think it's very loosely interpreted still. But we're doing our best to, just to guide people and keep, because we don't want to get in trouble. We just look at everybody like, okay, would you like to get in trouble? Because I sure as hell won't. So, we're trying to kind of encourage people that way. So we're not there to tell anybody you. I mean, that's basically goes everything we stand for. We stand for your First Amendments. Your First Amendment is not to be told what you can or cannot do in public like that, and that's not what we're there to do. But again, we try to encourage best practices and make sure that because we're all like a family at this point. We've really been out there all the time, week after week, month after month for almost a good part of a year now, and we look out for each other. We make sure that and that's what we intend to do on our channel, is get the information out there and make sure everybody's taken care of, everybody's safe. So that's kind of where we're at with that. I mean, the whole buffer zone thing is, it's ridiculous. The First Amendment being in jeopardy like it is just it's so un-American. It's ridiculous.
I was surprised. Let's put it that way. But how helpful have like the police and their own organisers been, to accommodate you then, or have they been all right with you, or are they been assholes, or how are they with you?
No, they've actually really been good. We had a couple different, that they're very strict about the buffer zone. They put the cones out at the 200 feet. And we had an instance yesterday where one of the signs was placed on the opposite side of the cone, and they came over and said, you can't put that there. I'm like, oh, okay, no problem. We'll move it, and that was it. So there was no, they weren't harassing us or giving us a hard time about this. Like I said, they're still trying to figure out what the rules are too. So, I did notice a difference between the local, the Dedham Police Department versus the state police department. That the Dedham is a little more loose about things, and the state police are, as would be expected, I guess, a little more strict. But nobody's being, abusing their authority or anything like that. It's not even like that. They did have officers on bicycles pedaling around the area outside the buffer zone. I don't know if you caught that on some of Tom's stream as well. Again, shout out to Tom. He's unbelievable. He really, really is.
We will get on to Tom. He's a bit of a legend. We got a couple of questions here before they disappear on my screen. But Fury's asking, was there a big all presence at the law enforcement presence at the boundaries? We just basically touched upon that, really, haven't you?
Yeah, they weren't really like at the boundaries with us. They weren't there. They were in the area. They were within earshot and eye shot, so they could come over at any given time. There was only so many ways in and out of that area of town surrounding the courthouse, but we every day is going to be different. I think when we go in there, if we have 100 people, we may split it up differently and request that a few people go to a different location, and that way we're capturing everybody coming in from all angles. Yesterday, I think we still had probably, I'm going to say there was probably about 80 people there. So it was good, but we'll determine each day where everybody's going to stand. And, and some people are comfortable standing with their friends. It's also a social event. So people want to be, well, so-and-so is over here. This is where I'm going to stand because I want to talk to them all day, so.
It's a
Yeah.
long day. You'd want to be with your friends. You know what I mean?
It is.
Heather says, "Who was the lady doing Tom's stream the other day? Yesterday, I think. I don't know. I know a lady was, but I don't know who it was though.
I think
Unless you know.
I want to say it's Dina. I want to say that was her. I saw her walking around, and I'm pretty sure she passed by me and said, this is Tom's live, but it was so chaotic. Lots going on, a lot of people, a lot of conversations. So I'm not really sure, to be quite honest with you. I still have so much catching up to do from yesterday regarding the inside the courthouse stuff, because we're outside all day and trying to keep up with everything inside. In that, when we're typically outside the courthouse, we have somebody brings like a Bluetooth speaker. We sit around the speaker and we'll listen to what's going on in the court. But yesterday was obviously a different type of approach with the jury selection and that type of thing. So,
Nice fit.
yeah, but I have a lot of catching up to do. So I'll spend a good portion of this afternoon probably trying to get caught up on everything. All I do know is they chose 4 jurors yesterday, from my understanding.
Yeah. That's the thing that we don't realize is you guys don't get to. You're outside. You don't get to see it.
Correct.
Unless you're in there. So, that is something that people don't realize. Obviously, you got your phones and stuff, but there's only so much you can watch. You're restricted, so
Yeah,
not fair play to you on
okay.
that.
Courthouse, when we go there, it's I've only been inside actually one time. Tracy goes in there quite often. Paul goes in there quite often. So we kind of divide and conquer in that aspect. So we have someone out on the street knowing what's going on. That's typically me. And then Tracy and or Paul are inside the courthouse. But the one time I was in there, it's definitely a different feel being inside the courtroom versus being outside listening or watching it on television.
And I like Fairy. She went. We love Tom CPU? Question mark. Then
Yeah.
she changed it. We love Tom CPU! Exclamation mark. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this video right now, right? Only because you can talk us through. I'm not going to put sound on this, Turtle Boy. Okay.
Yep.
You can give us a little bit of an insight here of the layout and stuff, because he walks around. He walks around the courthouse and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Let me move this. So maybe you can speak over it and give us a little bit of a play-by-play about whereabouts things are, because he's walking up here now. Obviously, you need to get your bearings first.
We're out here. I think he's at the.
He's crossing over. You make an appearance somewhere, I think, or Paul does, certainly, in a second.
Oh, coming down from the other way. So he basically came from the center of town. So the courthouse was just on his left. So he's approaching the group. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
I just put this straight on you, didn't I?
No, that's all right. That's quite all right. Yeah, I'm just trying to see what angle he came in from. Yeah, it looks just different on this camera because it's backwards.
Yeah, it's probably mirrored as well.
But he is in front of
the
registry of deeds.
Front of the court
is across the street, and the registry of deeds is right across from the courthouse. So behind the registry of deeds is a big parking lot. That parking lot basically is typically where we all park when we show up to court, but they roped off a good section of it. They made part of it for employees and part of it for people with true business to the registry of deeds and to the courthouse. So there's like a little section for Karen Reed supporters and protesters and that type of thing. So that was basically behind there. But if you did show up in the parking lot, you're within the buffer zone. They will not allow you to park there if you have like Karen Reed, insignia or cars, a sticker, that type of thing. So it was definitely yeah, again, they try to enforce it, and they did a pretty good job at it, and they weren't brutal about it. So this right here,
So
Aiden, this is down the street. So the courthouse is back up behind where he's walking from on the right hand side, and this is where we were all standing. So there's basically two ends of the roads. This end of the street, and then the other end past the courthouse through the other set of lights. But this
so
is where
he's
I'm.
going around now. Is he doing a circle of it or something?
No, he seems like he's walking right up and down. So this is High Street in Dedham, and he's basically let's say right now he's heading. What would that be? That would be east on High Street, I guess. So his back, so he's facing east right now, and if you go back west, the opposite direction, the courthouse will be on the left hand side, and he'll walk right past.
Here he is. Oh, here he is. Oh, we missed him. Hang on. Here he is with his thumb up.
Yeah, there it is, holding my First Amendment sign.
There he is. Oh, we are, Dana. Here he is, guys. Loving it. We did see you yesterday. I was giving you a hug. Let's go.
Yep.
So is that your usual spot, or is that like did you move around?
No, I walked up and down the road all the time. I actually, I had the hoodie on because I had a pink Karen Reed shirt on, and I wore that. Typically as it warmed up, I wore that. But when I walked through the zone and went to the other side, I had to put the hoodie back on because you can't display Karen Reed anything. So it's so weird. It's so strange.
How limited is it? We'll put. I'll put a stop to this. Because when you come back on and stuff like that in the weeks coming up as well, these are kind of things I'd love to see a bit more of Dedham and the surrounding areas. So wherever you are placed that you call in, it'd be good to see your surroundings because I feel invested. I feel like I'm I want to see everything. So you mentioned the car park. It's like it'd be great to see the car park, or it'd be like because honestly, when Tom is recording, I feel like I'm on a journey. I feel like I make my coffee in the mornings. I strap in. I'm like, right, seatbelt on. Tom's here. Someone's driving. Tom's camera's going. I'm like, it's great. You're part of a journey. So having you guys down there, because all we see normally is Tom he's running around. I don't know where he's going. Do you know what I
Right.
mean? So it's good to know the names of some of these parts where you guys are, where you stand and stuff.
That as well. We could. I mean, next time I go, which I'm still trying to make my, vet out my schedule. It's just crazy. I mean, this could go on for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I have no idea. I mean, as it is right now, the time I've taken off from work to go up to this point is, it's been a lot. A lot of people are putting in a lot of time and taking time off from work and doing putting personal obligations on hold almost to attend. But so once I figure out my schedule, a better schedule, even my boss asked me the other day, so what's your schedule for the trial? I said, I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know. But that being said, being there when we are there, Dylan, I mean, we could, I could walk around and, basically give you a tour. We'll go on live and I'll just walk around and be like, here's the courthouse. This is where we're standing. So you can really get a true feel for the lay of the land. And even,
appreciate that.
Associate that with a map, an overview map of the area too. Then you'll really see what's going on. So,
that'd be great. And the other favor I've got to ask you as well, because you're the man. There's no point asking Paul. Maybe there is, but Paul and Tracy won't be able to do this. You're my kind of man, right? So you text me yesterday saying, can't go live because I'm having food. That instantly, I want to know what you're eating. I was trying to get a photo. I can't find the photo of your plate last night. You went out for dinner last night, and I cannot find the photo anywhere. Your plate is my kind of plate. That looked delicious. I was like, oh, me and Dina, we're going to get on. We're going to have some beers. We're going to have the tacos. We're going to, I love that sort of stuff as well. Just to see the cuisine you got, because again, you're eating in restaurants wherever. I love the whole. For me, it's not just about Cara and the core, the outside. It's about your characters in all this. You are a character in all this. So the fact of it is, what are you doing? Where are you going on breaks? Oh, you're having a restaurant. What are you eating? what you drink, what's the beers like? You know what I mean? So I love that side of it as well because it's human nature to know these things. So I want to see what you're eating.
It's the personal aspect of it all. You know, it really is. I mean, it's great to see. You know, it's great to see everybody and everybody's interactions and what they do, and even like when we take our breaks and we go out to lunch, there's a big group of us at a table when we're at the courthouse, and the big group and the conversations are amazing because I only see it from my perspective. I know you sit there, you have a different perspective. Everybody has a different perspective, and they see different things. Whether it be someone driving by that gave us the Canton salute, or there was somebody that drove by and waved and yelled something positive or negative. Everybody has a different perspective of what's going on. It's great to see that, and to hear it. So that again, to sit back and really socialize with these people and sit down. When you're breaking bread with someone, you really get to know who they are, and you know, it's like some people like I ordered this, and I was like, how are you eating that? What is that? What do you got on your plate?
Yeah.
I think it's great. We met some.
No, and that's what I mean. Look, it's not just about the court, because hopefully one of you can go live most days. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, you got lives and stuff like that. But I was just mentioning, like, for us, we're invested in this. Not just about the courthouse and everything. It's everything you do. We'd love to see that big group if people were willing to be on, just to give a quick shout out for 5 minutes whilst you're waiting for your food or whatever. Do you know what I mean? I just love that kind of stuff, and yeah, I want more updates about your food because, as I say, I think we eat similar, so same portions, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So I want to see more. I saw it this morning. I marked it, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I've looked at it on your Facebook, everywhere, but there's nothing. It's
Oh,
disappeared.
I think Paul posted.
He did,
Yeah.
but they're gone.
Yeah. Well,
He's only got one picture up now.
that
One picture. So I was like,
oh, you mentioned that. Like that's the premise of our channel as well. The fact that so much gets lost on these pages over the course of the day. If you post something in the morning and the noontime comes and you're not going to see it again. So we, again, when we go live on our channel, we basically try to give a recap of things. If people reach out to us and say, "Hey, make mention of this, talk about this, make mention," and that's what we try to do. People point out things that are important, or things that they want to discuss, and we try to bring that up on our channel and kind of keep everybody informed. So yeah, it's a great thing. I like it.
oh, it's great. And I've encouraged people to go. I was messaging someone today. She's a podcaster. I said, please go and watch you guys. And I don't say this because he's here, but you can see in the description box, there's not many people I support as streamers. And, you're definitely one of those people I do support. And I promoted you on Car Re cases even before you agreed to come on every day. Because I do like your style. You are human. You're very approachable as a group. You're just normal people.
Well,
And I don't mean that in I'm a normal person. There's lots of lawyers covering this, but some people just want to hear from their own, and that's why I'm like, I just want to hear from you guys, your perspectives and stuff like that. So
time we went on with you, I mean, it's like we're very knowledgeable of what's going on with the case and everything like that. But what our channel is for is not to discuss. There's so many platforms that discuss the case, and those people are truly expert. Melanie Little, I mean, those people, they get talk about it. They drop it's unbelievable. And it's not like it's not a competition. We don't want to go on and be like, oh, we can't live up to their their standard. That's not what we do. They do their part and they're amazing at it, and we do what we do, and you do what you do, and Sean, everybody has their role, and it's equally, everything's equally as important. It really.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree. And you mentioned Melanie Little, her recaps, man, like they are on fire. And Andrew Burkhardt, shout out to Andrew. She did a recap as well the other day, and she doesn't know anything about the case. That was on fire as well. So shout out to all these, and I shout them out because they get a lot of abuse from people. And I know Melanie's got a lot of abuse from trolls for all of her work. They're just jealous people. Fuck them. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, these are the type of people you should be listening to, in the sense of If you're not sure about the case, listen to them. Oh, the breakdowns are fantastic. I learn something every single time. But you're right, everyone offers something different. Everyone does.
It
So,
is true.
Jobby is in the house. What is your name? Jobby or something? I see Tony call you Jobby.
Mm.
Or am I Jobby? I don't even know, Tony, what that means. I don't want to keep your time because I know that. Well, here we go. Dylan has a little crush on Andrea. Little crush. I got a massive crush on Andrea. I love Andrea Burkhardt. She's amazing. I try to get her on my channel. I scared her. So I don't contact people again.
I will say this, Dylan, though. Yesterday, though, the media presence was absolutely incredible. And they weren't just stationary. They were roving all over the place. And, again, to your point about everybody, all the different personalities, different individuals hanging out, being together, gathering together. Typically you see on the media, there's, a lot of the same faces are being spoken to. A lot of people, the same people being interviewed. Yesterday was a completely different feel. They were grabbing everybody they possibly could. All the media outlets were just talking to people and they'd say, interview. Can we interview you for this, that? There was local news channels. There was one from Rhode Island, the Boston Globe there with the newspaper. Dateline was there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. So it's really, really getting a lot of attention, and I love to see it. I hate the fact that we are going to trial and we're in this situation right now. It's absolutely atrocious, but the attention it's getting is huge.
Thumbs up. I love it. You're saying with Sean, when there's a thumbs up, he comes on screen. It's amazing. Amdo says, Dana, sent you a PM. I'll help you show Dylan around. Thank you, I saw Fox has picked it up. Yes, apparently they have. Yeah, it's what I was saying to somebody the other day. Honestly, as streamers, I could tell you now, obviously, I think there was a few streamers that were consistently streaming, like the Glera, Brian, obviously Till Boy and stuff like that. I came on a few months ago, started streaming a little bit. I tried not to step on anyone's toes because I was like, I'm new to this. Obviously yourselves and there's a few others, but now this week you will see an abundance of people that will be streaming this case, that will be coming from all over the world streaming it, because it's caught that kind of popularity. It's caught people's imagination. And yeah, it's going to be saturated. You guys are going to be inundated with all these channels that will want to show the stream. There's going to be more streamers and viewers, I think, for everybody. But it's a good thing and it's a bad thing, So yeah, it's going to get a hell of a lot of exposure. So, and as you say, everyone plays a part, and the media plays a part. I just hope the media don't skew things. I hope the media are fair and not like one-sided, one way or the other. Really, I just want it to be fair.
Well, I think a lot of the different media outlets have changed their tune. I mean, Fox 25 was one of the big ones that first jumped on the scene, and they were kind of at first I didn't think they were reporting on it properly. And as time's gone on, I think they are. Ted Daniels, he's doing a good job with what he's reporting on. I think he understands it. Go to court TV. Vinny is, Vinny, his tune is completely changed. But the first time he wasn't educated, he had Aiden on there and he was talking to him, and it was just, he was just blowing a bunch of smoke. He had no idea what he was talking about. It's like, educate yourself before you go on to speak about this. I mean, mainstream media is a different animal in itself. So, they got to kind of, they have the rules that they have to follow. They're almost being told what to report. And I think it's absolute bullshit. That's where, these platforms, listen, this is real news. This is real people reporting on, real life events and what's happening. And, I think this mainstream media either needs to step up and start reporting, honestly, or they're gonna, losing viewers to channels, and that's basically how it's gonna unfold, I think.
I agree with you. Vinny's great, and I think it balances out because you had Coffin Duffer on, and she was going one way, just so deep, like one way. It's like it's ridiculous to buy this show. So to have Vinny on the other side was a lot more popular anyway, bringing it all back and just stabilizing the ship in some ways. And also Vinny's a lot more respectable than what Jennifer Coffin Duffer is, in my opinion. So
she's a hard.
horrible bitch. I hate her. I'll share this. I just saw this from Ted Daniels because he said it. Ted says, for those wondering about the stream, here's what I've been told. Point 8 in the media order states that only the first day of impanelment, when the case is called and jury instructed, is allowed to be recorded. So there you go. We won't be like yesterday we did see a little bit yesterday, but we're not going to see any more now until they've chosen the jury. Essentially, just for people out there. We keep on streaming. Myself and Sean keep on streaming because we don't know, Dana, when it's going to happen.
Right.
They could turn around at 1 o'clock and say, "Yep, 2 o'clock, come back. We're going live."
Yep. And that's we hope that having people there at the courthouse, we maybe even get the word to someone and say, hey, they're going back on. They're going to go back live in 10 minutes, or because we always have someone in the courthouse. So definitely try to convey that information. But like you say, if it's so unpredictable, how do we keep?
No, you don't know. But I will also give a shout out to people like Ian Jerks and stuff like that. Yesterday, I couldn't find a stream anywhere yesterday, right? To stream it. Nowhere. And I messaged Ian Jerks and I was like, Mike, I've got to snipe your stream, man. I hope you don't mind. And he was like, thumbs up, don't worry about it. That was, help each other out. I would be the same, to be fair. I would be the same for someone like Mike and stuff like that, because it's getting the message out there. So yeah, I like stuff like that. So I'm sure once it goes live, if I saw Mike going live, I'm sure he'd message me, or if you knew it, you'd be messaging me, and I'm sure we'd pass it along. It's important. But once it starts, I know we had a few people in chat earlier saying the same thing, that they don't believe it's going to trial even now. Don't believe it, because did you hear what happened this morning about Yannetti had a motion? So Yannetti asked to speak at podium. He says there are issues, including a serious one, he needs to raise. Did you hear about that this morning?
Bev said, "Did you present that to Lally?" Said no, and she was like, "Well, go do it," and walked away. So
and they won't put it on record. So and that's dodgy as well. We don't put stuff on record. Hopefully they do put it on record, but they're not raising stuff willy nilly. There's a reason they're raising stuff. So
absolutely.
A final question for you, or one of the final questions, because I don't want to keep you. I know you're in work and stuff now. So, in terms of Karen and the family and stuff like that, you see them there. We see Karen, obviously, but we don't see. We see a little bit of a father and stuff like that. Sometimes he makes a speech, but the rest of the families and stuff like that, how are they coping with all this? How are they? Because this is tough. This is tough on them as well.
It really is, and I mean, I obviously can't speak for them, but from what I can see, their perception, I mean, they've remained strong through this whole thing. Mr. Reed, Karen's dad, Bill, is the guy is absolutely solid as they come. He is there for his daughter, and he is what a father would do. He is there, and he doesn't waver. I give the guy all the credit in the world. And her brother Nathan actually came walking down the sidewalk, came all the way down, walked through every single one of us, shook everyone's hands, took pictures with people. Yes, it was amazing. Thanked everybody, all smiles on, they're feeling good, they feel confident, they feel positive. It's great to see. I'm very glad that they appreciate it. They appreciate that we're all there, and they show it. They voice it when every time they walk in and out of the courtroom as a group. There's always Yannetti will thank us. Jackson will thank us. Karen obviously thanks us. They appreciate the support, and they're keeping strong. I mean, you got to figure 2 years in at this point. It's taking a toll. I mean, it takes a toll on us as a group, outsiders looking in, because it's been going on for so long. So I can't even imagine, what goes on behind the scenes in their houses, and when they get together for I'm assuming they get together for everything. They probably spend a lot of time together, and the conversations they must have, and what they see and what they appreciate. Again, like I said earlier, with the different perspectives from people standing out on the sidewalk out in front of the courthouses, everybody has their own perspective. Reed versus Nathan versus Karen and so on, they all have their own perception of what's going on, what they saw when they walked out of the courthouse, and but the appreciation's there, and they vocalize it, and that means a lot, because they even walk up through the group, they name people. Nice, nice to see you. Like, it's incredible. They know who people are,
That's personable, and that's what I can only imagine that they are so grateful to all of you,
Yep.
for that support. And I've told you this many times. This doesn't happen anywhere. This is unique. What's going on with you guys in Boston? I mean, I've said it before. You should be so proud of yourselves, and not just you, Data, but I mean your whole collective group. It's I know, and you touched upon it. What people don't realize is the sacrifice that you actually make, because you have to take time off work to go there. It's not just an investment of time from work; it's monetary investment, time investment, social investment. Fair fucking play to you. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot for all of you. Again, for you, Tracy, Paul, but also all the supporters. There's also stuff that's going on outside of this. I know there's demonstrations of the weekends and stuff. There's things that I I applaud you all. Do you know what I mean?
We have there are standouts every single weekend that we don't really coordinate, but we kind of keep it all in one place to where everybody knows where they are, what times they're going to be. We kind of keep it we're the central point for where these are going to be, and the people go out every weekend. There's two different groups that actually have like a unsaid competition with each other each weekend. They've been going strong for I don't want to get the number wrong, they'll kill me for it, but I think they're in like week 20, 21 straight. Like, they haven't missed a weekend at all doing these things. They stand out, and it's incredible. It's absolutely inspiring that these people go out and do this. And to your point, people take time off from work, people take time from their families and that type of a thing, because this is important to them. This is something that a lot of people, including myself, I was never involved in a movement of this magnitude, or in a movement period. I was never involved in anything of the sort. Never to mind like an election. When Rita ran for select board, I was out there every weekend holding signs for Rita in Canton. I don't live in Canton. I live well outside. I'm 45 minutes away, but I was there every weekend holding signs, Saturdays and Sundays, supporting that. And that's what everybody does. Everybody's come together as a community and really pushed for change, and it's really inspiring. It's a different time. So out of this nightmare, basically there is some light, and the more light will come eventually. It's just we got to go through the process. One
are great.
of the questions brought to me yesterday, actually, when I got interviewed by Dateline, actually, she asked me about John. Police officer John O'Keefe was killed, and it seems like everybody here is in support of Karen Reed. What about John? And I was like, well, for one, if you look at every other sign here, John O'Keefe's name is on the signs. We support John O'Keefe 100%. We can't get justice for John O'Keefe until we get justice for Karen, but they both are they're hand in hand. Like, John O'Keefe is not lost in this at all. This is all about John O'Keefe. And we can't get justice for him and put the right people in cuffs until Karen is freed. And we won't stop. Once Karen's freed, it's going to be, okay, what's next? This movement's not going to slow down.
Kevin says, hi, Dylan. Dana quiet at the court this morning. Gee.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
Oh hi Kevin.
no, but you touched upon it. That is, for those wondering about the stream. Yeah, we just thank you, Red Girl. We just Red Sox Girl. Thank you. We just played it, but thank you very much for that. I think that's something that got away from SUV Yanetti. um, you just hit the nail on the head. No one's like, I hate it when the anti Karen Reid plot say, "Oh, it's disgusting. They support Karen. She's a murderer. She's this and that." It's like, no, it's disgusting what you guys are doing, saying you want justice for John O'Keefe at all costs. They don't. They want Karen in prison. They don't care about Karen's justice. They don't care about her freedom. Anything. We don't care. The police arrested her, get her in prison. We don't care. Then we'll get justice.
Yep. Yeah.
That's not justice.
Not just.
You know.
Yeah. I
Um,
think that this is going to keep going, Dylan. I mean, when this is all over with Karen, it's just going to be a new beginning of something else, and that is justice for John O'Keefe, and that's putting the handcuffs on the right people. And
yes. Whoever they may be. Whoever they may be.
Absolutely, and we may never find out who actually killed him. Immediately, who was the person? Was it one of the Alberts? It could have been one of the three. Could have been all three. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
There's numerous different situations. In light of what happened. Higgins, what was brought up recently. He definitely does motive there, that type of thing. So anything's possible. And when Karen free, someone's going to be in handcuffs, and we'll be at all the court dates. We'll continue. This movement just will not stop.
I was going to say, Ron, this is, you're creating some sort of blueprint here with what you're doing. I know you don't think you are, probably, but you are definitely creating a blueprint with this kind of movement. I wish that it's introduced to other states and more people see it, and more people interact the way that you've walked the walk. You talk the talk, but you've also walked the walk. It's easy enough to say let's protest. But actually doing it is another thing. So I'm going to leave you on this question, right? Because I don't know if you know this at all, but Sean obviously came out and said that he heard that Mr. Keefe wanted to sit on the other side of the courtroom. Have you heard anything about that? Or I'm not dumping you in there. I'm just, if you've heard anything, that is.
Oh, I think I first heard that, and it may even have been on Sean's show. So I may have been the first time I caught wind of that. I know the last couple times they've been in court, everything that's been dropped, the bombs that have been being unfolded, and what was brought to light from the feds and all that type of information. The demeanor on that side changed. It definitely has changed, specifically in John's dad and his brother and Paul. You can see their faces kind of like change, like like a light bulb went off. Like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? Has someone been blowing smoke up my ass all this time? Because what the hell, So for John's dad to sit on the other side, I mean, what a hell of a statement that would be if that does, I mean, that just speaks volumes in itself. And I hope it does. I hope that actually happens. And I hope he has opened his eyes, because, they think we're a bunch of crazy people for thinking what we think and what we believe and what we see, the evidence that's been presented to us. But, we're not. Like, we have common sense. We have minds of our own. Aiden brought this to everyone, light of everyone. And he gave us facts. He never said, you have to believe this. And he's, nobody's in any position to tell anybody what to believe and what not to. We're all adults, free thinking adults. And we, made our own deductions that this is what's going on with this case based upon what was presented to us. The other side, the prosecution, has never, ever said, they've never proven to me otherwise. They've never given me any kind of a case saying, like, well, geez, maybe she did do it. That's their job. They're supposed to do that. And they still haven't done that.
Also, Dana, that Karen has the, she has the right to start this trial perceived to be innocent
Correct.
unless proven guilty. So all these people, streamers, people, all shouting she's guilty. Shame on you guys. That's not what the judicial system was built on. That is not what it should be. You know, and these people, they call us stupid, disgusting, all these things. It's like, I wouldn't wish this on anybody, what Karen's going through. So careful with your words, essentially.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, you know, we're kind of, she's innocent until proven guilty, absolutely. But they don't treat her that way. The courthouse doesn't treat her like that. And the courthouse, guilty by association, doesn't treat us as protesters in that regard either. They treat us like we're just, you know, we're on the wrong side. And you guys, you know, we stand out in the rain and, you know, all the elements trying to get inside the courthouse. And yet the other side walks in and they walk right in. They get free first access, VIP access under the courthouse. And Tom's had that argument numerous times on the stream with different court officers in front of the courthouse, saying, you know, well, why the hell are these people letting in before us? We've been out here since 7 o'clock this morning. You can't let these people in, you know. And it's amazing. It's amazing how to see how they actually treat us and envision us. It's wrong. You know, it's totally,
It is wrong.
you know,
No, I totally agree with you.
when we got put on the motion because of the 200-foot, well, at the time, the 500-foot buffer, Mark Randazza filed that motion. Paul, Tracy, myself, and the woman Lorraine were all put on the motion. And we showed up to court that day, and we were, you know, physically on the motion, and we walked up there like, can we get inside now? And they still made us wait. You can't get inside. I'm like, what do you mean we can't get inside? My name's on the motion, you know. Like if I was going to divorce court and I walked up to the door and they said you can't come in, like what do you mean? You know, it's amazing.
It does seem a little bit backwards, to be fair, and how it works. But anyway, I'm grateful for your time. I don't want to take many more of your time. I am grateful for it. I know you're going to be joining us on many other days as well. And we're going to see a lot more Dedham, a lot more information down there. Obviously, you know where I am. And you know, as long as course are on, please pop on whenever. You got the link, you know, you, Paul, and Tracy. Make sure Tracy comes on. We'd love to hear. There's a lot of love for Tracy. A lot of love for Tracy. So make sure she comes on. And we'd love to see her as well. You know, seen Paul, seen you. Want to see Tracy as well because she's got a different perspective as well. You've all got different perspectives. So it's good.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Dylan, anytime, you know, again, you got my information. Just reach out, send me a message. Any questions? But you know, as far as the tour of the area, kind of a thing, we'll definitely make that happen.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, we could do that over lunchtime, wherever. You know, as you're walking to lunch or something. You know, you could be walking to lunch one day and go right, because once there's a lunch break, we're on break as well. So it's like, right, let's go and tour down. Let's have a look, see where Dana's eating. You know, so
absolutely.
So I appreciate, brother. Thank you for that, mate. And yeah, well, hopefully one of you can join us tomorrow or Friday, whatever it is. You know, so I'm not. Well, if there's no trial on Friday, there's no.
Yeah,
there's no jury selection on Friday.
I believe so. So it'll be tomorrow, and then you know, unless they finish it up between today and tomorrow, jury selection. So it'll be tomorrow, and then you know, back at it on Monday. So, but we'll definitely be in touch. Yeah, reach out if you need anything, Dylan. We're here to you know, support you guys just as well as you support us. So we appreciate it.
No worries, my friend. Thank you for that, mate. And I'll speak to you soon. All right, Dana.
All right, take care, Dylan. Thanks, man.
Ta, mate.
Bye. Take care.
So that's Dana from Resistance to Silence. So thanks to Dana. Paul's been on. We'll get Tracy as well. It'd be good to see them a little bit. As you say, we can get more information from them. So yeah, shout out to Dana. I love Dana. He's always kept me informed of everything. So Larry's posted out the jury instructions. Hang on. Damn you. Hang on. I have to work this one out somehow. Let me download this and then we might be able to open it. And I'm going to have to, hang on, bear with me. I'm going to have to save this, and then I will open it. Downloads, save, and then we'll have a look at this questionnaire to see what they've got on it. So bear with me. See, here we go. Right. So go subscribe to Resistance to Silence as well, please, guys. They honestly, they are a great group of people. So here we go. Present here. This is the questionnaire that the jury had to fill in. And I'll put. Hang on, let me go over this side. So it is alleged that. Can you all see that? It is alleged on January 29th, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, the defendant, Karen Reid, killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of the case, the charges, or that the victim was an off-duty police officer that causes you to believe that you cannot be fair and partial in this case? Yes, no, not sure. Fine. Second question, I'll make it bigger. Do you have opinions regarding previous experiences as a juror, the fairness of the jury system or criminal justice system in our country that would impair your ability to be fair and impartial to both the Commonwealth and to the defendant? Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that would make it difficult for you to follow the law and come to a verdict in this case? Okay. Okay, sure. Reports about this case have been publicized in the media. Do you think you have read, seen, heard, or discussed anything about this case from any source? So this is interesting because this is what Larry was saying about the Commonwealth 100% do not want anybody that's heard about this case because they're scared that they've heard about the case from Turtle Boy, essentially. So that's why that's in there. This case is expected to garner a significant amount of media attention. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, it already has. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving as a fair and impartial juror? Have you already started to make up your mind about this case? Do you, any family members or close friends residing in or conduct regular business in Canton? Okay. Is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service you may not read any news or media accounts about this case, watch or listen to any media or news broadcasts or commentary about this case, discuss this case with anyone, research or look this case up on the internet or perform independent research? Well, I mean, Jesus, yeah, I hope they wouldn't be doing that. Is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service you may not read or review any social media articles, posts, videos, podcasts, or other non-traditional media platforms that may discuss this case? This is tough because social media is so dangerous. You could be on Facebook, just like looking at pictures, wherever. Next thing you know, you see a post on it. You're basically going to have to not go on social media for seven weeks, basically. Is there any reason that if you were inadvertently exposed to outside influence or media about this case, you would be unable to follow an instruction that you must report an exposure to the court through a court officer? I hope they all would do that. Would you automatically believe or disbelieve law enforcement, firefighters, or first responders simply because of their occupation? This is an interesting question because I'm pretty much sure that a lot of people believe law enforcement, so they would believe law enforcement. Why wouldn't you? You've been brought up to trust law enforcement, so that's an interesting question. It's an important question. Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about law enforcement officers, prosecutors, or the government? I mean, most of us here would be fucked. We wouldn't even be allowed on this panel. Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity such as a march, demonstration, or financial contribution showing support for law enforcement in or outside your own community? Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity such as a march, demonstration, or financial contribution that was critical of the police, law enforcement in or outside of your own community? Jesus, this is quite tough because they're going to have to seat 16 jurors. No wonder it's tough to get everyone sat down. Have you or someone else close to you ever had education, training, or work experience in any of the following fields: law enforcement, military, alcohol/drug abuse, domestic violence? Okay. Do you have any strong personal Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol? Well, no shit, Sherlock. No wonder they're trying to guide down a certain path here. There's a DUI involved in this case. There's a DUI person involved in this case. Have you ever? It's like, have you ever? Hang on, we got something. Please subscribe and support. Yes, resisting the silence. Shout out to them. They really want people who back LE, don't they? I think it's more the fact that the LE are shitting a brick that they want, to make sure that no one's against them. Most people, I don't know. We're from, you're from Ireland. I'm from Wales. It's built different here to America, so I don't know. Believe it or not, a gentleman in a suit walked by our sign, the size of a bedsheet, asked me, "Who's Karen?" It amazes me that there's anyone around Norfolk County who haven't heard of this case. That's interesting. I mean, there will be a couple maybe, but yeah, it's very rare, I think. Jonathan, these questions are a great way to get out of. I mean, I would, after the first 5 questions, I'm done. I won't be picked. Never be picked for jury selection. Have you ever been involved in a group, organisation, participated in a march, demonstration, campaign, or donated money on behalf of an organisation or cause that was against driving? I mean, already reading this, right? It's going to be a DUI case. There's going to be DUI in it because all this drink driving and under the influence of drugs and alcohol and stuff like that. So yeah. So already, as a jury, you don't need to know what the actual cases. You know the DUI is involved. So it's like, and the police force are involved somehow here. So, under the influence of such as SADD, students against drunk driving, or MAD, mothers against drunk driving. Has anyone close to you ever been involved in an incident involving drinking? Hey, Chrissy, I saw your message earlier on. Sorry, Chrissy. I wasn't ignoring you. I just wasn't sure. I do want to interrupt Dana. Due to work, I've not been able to chat, but have been listening. Just love your coverage. Thank you, Chrissy. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't give you a shout out earlier. I didn't want to interrupt Dana. And how awesome was Dana, by the way? He is awesome. I just don't want. I know he was working, so I didn't want to take up more of his time. But Dana could have stayed on for a few more hours. So if you wanted to, it's just I don't like to take people's time up. Same with Sean. I knew he had to go, so I'm like, mate, go. Do you know what I mean? I hate taking up people's times. Right, where was I? Has anyone close to you or even you ever been involved in an incident involving drinking and driving? If so, would that experience prevent you from being fair and impartial jury in this case? Have you or anyone else close to you been involved in or witnessed a motor vehicle crash? Fucking hell, they're spelling it all out, aren't they? Is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony that would make it difficult for you to be fair or impartial in this case? Have you or any family members or close friends been involved in a domestic violence relationship that features physical, mental, or verbal abuse? That's an interesting question. Then. Just Chrissy Crow, you are so supportive. Love it. Thank you, Chrissy. Yes, I would not make the cut. None of us would. Everyone here should not make the cut. It's just me, Josie. This is by far my favorite stream. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate that. Even without Sean, I appreciate people staying. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Have you ever been a victim of violent crime? Oops. Yeah. During the trial, you will hear about medical treatment, death, and review graphic autopsy photographs. Will that affect your ability to participate and be fair and impartial jury? Well, no one wants to see graphic photos. I mean, you've got to be like a sicko to want to see that. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride with these questions, I know. You may find a defendant guilty based on criminal circumstantial evidence, which I hate. But you cannot find a defendant guilty based on speculation. That's what fucking circumstantial is. Speculation, guesswork, or surmise. Is it difficult for you to understand the difference between circumstantial evidence and speculation? Because I don't think there's much of a difference. So yeah, I do struggle with that because I don't think there's much of a difference. I know there's a difference, but I don't think there's much. No, so they do name it. Okay. Do you believe Karen Reid should prove her innocence? Well, I fucking hope everyone says no. Do you know or recognize anyone you have seen today in the courthouse or in the jury pool? Would you answer to any of the above questions be embarrassing or damaging if disclosed publicly? Would disclosure infringe on your privacy? Well, why would it? Do you have any concerns about your personal privacy due to the presence of video cameras in the courtroom and not highly publicized nature of this case? Yeah, I mean, some people would be concerned, I imagine. And I don't blame them. Do you know what I mean? No one wants to be exposed like that. Hang on, let me just go back. So jurors are filling that question. That exact questionnaire is what the jurors are doing now. And then Larry says this. The room is starting to thin out. A bunch of jurors are leaving per the order of the court. We don't get to hear these interactions as they're conducted in judges' chambers and behind closed doors. So there's not much happening. Let me refresh it just in case. There's not much happening. Okay. So what I want to do now is I'm going to play you a video. Right? This is from NBC 10 Boston. This is analysis of yesterday. I've not watched it, but I've got two videos. I've got Vinny's video and this video. So I want to play it because hopefully it gives us a good balance of what's going on. And I'll keep an eye out on what's happening on Twitter as well. Oh, my darling, my body, I've hungered for your touch. A lone, lonely time. Rings in my ear, Federal Attorney General. In good conscience, I can't let this case go to trial, waiting for exciting days to come. Yeah. They're doing background checks on the jurors who get through. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they'd have to, I think. Here we go. I'm going to pop out a second because my beautiful niece is here, my youngest niece, and I've not seen her for a couple of weeks. So I'm just going to pop out for just a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, whilst this is playing. So don't think I'm being rude. I want to go and see her and say hello. I'll give her a little bit of a hug because I've not seen her for a few weeks. So whilst I'm doing that, please watch this.
January 28th, 2022.
It's been a long couple of days trying to forecast this thing. Now it's on top of us.
With a blizzard in the forecast,
Over 2 feet of snow plus the tides.
and warnings for everyone to stay home,
To the fullest extent possible, stay off the roads.
Karen Reid and her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, were out enjoying the final hours with friends and colleagues before the snow fell.
We were
happy, having fun, laughing.
The pair started the night at C.F. McCarthy's in O'Keefe's hometown of Canton before meeting up with a who's who of law enforcement, all at the Waterfall Bar.
Did you ever feel you were overserved that night, as
No,
they say?
nope.
But as the closing bell at Waterfall came and went, the group wasn't ready to call it a night.
And what happened next has led to one of the most salacious criminal cases in recent history. A Boston police officer killed. Prosecutors say his girlfriend, Karen Reed, hit him with her car and left him for dead. But did she really do it? The Commonwealth says yes. Her attorneys say not so fast. This is Canton Confidential, the Karen Reed murder trial. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Glenn Jones. Tonight, after more than 2 years of waiting, filled with twists, turns, and endless speculation, so much speculation, the trial against Karen Reed has begun. Jury selection got underway today inside a packed Dedham courthouse. And outside, crowds of protesters took their place 200 feet away from the building. It's a court-ordered buffer zone that the judge hopes will keep jurors unbiased, something she reminded the jury pool of this morning.
People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices. But this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law.
Tonight, we know 4 jurors have been seated from a pool of about 90. But perhaps the biggest headline from today was the judge's ruling on a motion, allowing Reed's lawyers to present a third-party culprit defense with some restrictions. We'll really dive into that later. It's very, very important. It's been a long road to get to today. Reed first stepped into a courtroom for her first arraignment on February 2nd, 2022. Since then, there have been countless hearings and hundreds of motions. Here's a look at how we got to where we are today.
Criminal indictment 2282 CR 117, count 1, charges of Karen Reed.
The trial of Karen Reed has turned the quaint Massachusetts town of Canton into a community divided.
You can't even go out to eat at a local restaurant without having folks walk in, saying, "Oh, John, oh, Karen, oh, Kelly."
Shame on you! Outside the courthouse in Dedham, rallies have clearly favored one side. Inside the courtroom, 2 very differing perspectives about what happened between.
Right. Question here, right? Because I'm obviously not from the area, but I was under the impression that there's no like a divide here, isn't it? Like being conservative, isn't it? Something like 80% are like Team Karen in the area, and like 20% maybe not. Because they perceive it as like a 50-50 split. But I'm under the impression that it's not a 50-50 split. I think the majority of people in Boston, in Canton, in Dedham are very much free Karen Reed. Am I wrong? That's my perception anyway of it. You people, local people, more than me. So let me know. But that's always been my perception, that it's pretty much majority is. You're not wrong, Tony. You're not wrong. Yeah, so that's why I'm a bit like, why are they reporting saying it's a divide, 50-50 divide? No, it's not. Tara needs to ask for the judge's manager. Robin, hey Robin. So shout out to Robin. My background is Robin's piece of work. You can see the FKR there. Canton is 3-1. So that's actually, I said 80. I thought it was fine. I thought it was 80%, but I was wrong there. So there's more support there than I thought. If it's 3-1, because it's 66%. I thought it'd be more than that, to be honest with you, Robin. Oh, unless you mean 75%. Sorry, you mean, yeah. So we're yeah, okay, fine. If you want to show love to Don, yes, you can show me love. You can show me love anytime you want. Fairy says it's really only the McAlbers and their friends or people afraid of them who call her guilty. Attorney General's Bev's boss, Josh Levy. You're based on elections. But the main thing is that there's more for Karen than not, essentially. Bullies. Right. Sorry, I just want to correct that because I think they're wrong.
The night of January 28th, 2022, and the morning of January 29th, when John O'Keefe died. Prosecutors say after the group left the Waterfall Bar, but before the blizzard really started, the group decided to go back to the home of fellow Boston police officer Brian Albert and his wife Nicole. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were invited to 34 Fairview Road by Jennifer McCabe, Nicole Albert's sister.
At 12:18 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe called Ms. McCabe to ask more specifically where the house was located on Fairview. While inside the residence, following her arrival there, Ms. McCabe observed a black SUV.
Prosecutors say at that point O'Keefe got out of the SUV. Reed backed into him, killing him and leaving him to die in the snow. But the defense refutes that. Adamant, Reed did not back into her boyfriend. Says they have a witness who saw the defendant drive away that night. Car undamaged, and no one in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road.
Brian Nagel's testimony is that he arrived just after Karen Reed arrived. He had her car in his sights the entire time. Certainly time enough for John to get out of the car and walk toward the front door. He said that he observed that there was no taillight damage whatsoever. And most important, he didn't see her hit anybody with her SUV.
The defense theory is that John O'Keefe met his death inside the house at 34 Fairview, not outside.
John walked into an element of hostility in that house. John O'Keefe got out of a car, walked into the house, was sucker.
Can't get these buttons right. You go. Hey, Patty. How are you doing, Patty? Patty Murphy. Hey, Dylan, what have I missed? I slept in, then took my pups outside for a couple. You missed nothing. Essentially, what's happening? Look at my feet there. What's happening? See you later, Tony. See you later, buddy. What's happening is they're still picking jury. Majority of people have said that they know too much for this case and stuff like that. The defense put a motion in today, which it seems that the judge denied it. We don't know. Nothing was said on record. There's no cameras in court until the trial starts now, and that is when the jury's sworn in, whenever that is. So tomorrow's Thursday, so tomorrow's the last day of this week to get a jury. Obviously, there's 4 selected already. They need 16. They will. I don't think they'll get up to 16 today, according to the numbers that they're telling us. So probably tomorrow, which is half a day. So I think the earliest we'll have a trial is Friday. But if there's no jury picked by the end of play Thursday, as in 16, then they'll have to come back on Monday because Friday there's no jury being picked, essentially. And we were joined by Dana. Sean's been here. We've had some stories and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the gist of it. We just waited. I'm playing a couple more videos and then we'll call it a day. I mean, then we've got Court TV to play after this as well. I do realize that some people don't know much about this case, so I'm trying to get the information out there for people as much as possible. So yeah, but as always, I'll always great to see you, Patty. Have a good day, Tony. Thank you for being here. So wait, did the judge grant void to you then? I mean, so to a certain extent. So basically now, the questionnaire I played just now, Jonathan, they're going to be not played, showed. Everyone's filled that in, and then they all go to the judge's chambers then to speak with her, speak with the lawyers and stuff like that. So we don't know what's happening behind the scenes really. So no worries, Patty. No worries at all.
Punched, fell, hurt himself, and then ultimately his body was moved.
Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Campton the night he died.
That's Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey in an unusual outside-of-court video statement. He said no witness saw O'Keefe enter the house. Actually, Karen Reed didn't see him go in either. But the defense says technology proves O'Keefe went into the house. According to their forensic expert who examined O'Keefe's phone, Apple Health recorded O'Keefe taking 80 steps and climbing the equivalent of 3 floors with his location pinging in close proximity to the Albert residence. It's evidence that could support the claim O'Keefe went into the house that night. But prosecutors say the same phone's data contradicts the defense's timeline.
The information the counsel is relying on has him going up and down 3 flights of stairs before he's even at the house. So for those reasons, again, the Commonwealth would submit the defendant has not met its burden and ask that the motion be denied.
How many of you folks have seen the defense going after the facts the way we are, and the Commonwealth, conversely, hiding from those facts?
Bear with me. I'll try and keep you updated. I'll go back to that. I try and keep us updated. So this is an interesting tweet. Judges back on the bench, lawyers approach the sidebar. Bailiff announces to the jurors that they will be coming up to the bench one by one for individual voir dire. Common practice in murder trials. What's not common practice, nobody else in the room gets to hear what's happening. In the Commonwealth of Kentucky, for example, jurors in murder trials are selected individually from the witness stand, and the whole audience can hear everything, including the questions from lawyers and judges and the jurors' answers. So it seems that Aunt Bev wants to keep everything quiet, which is not the norm. The norm is you don't show it on cameras, but the courthouse should be able to, if you're in the courthouse, you should be able to hear the questions and everything like that. It's never really done quietly, unless there's some specific questions that all parties agree to. But that's just, very rare that happens. And that's normally on an individual to individual basis. So for her now to be like, yeah, no, no one gets to hear any of these questions, and we'll do it off the record. Sorry, I don't know if it's off the record, but no one gets to hear. I don't know. The fact that she didn't allow any records this morning either. Look at others anymore. I'll be surprised if they try and rig out the jury. Well, this is what Larry's saying. But too many people are watching now. They might be going the straight and narrow. Judge doesn't want to budge on anything early on. Corruption club. Both sides of lawyers have to prove the jurors, so it's not the comment only truth. No, they've all got 16 strikes. Both sides have got 16 strikes essentially that they can use at any point. That's normal in Massachusetts for no one to hear what potential jurors say to the judge until that's fair enough. It's weird to me. But that's not really normal, I would say. It's normal for it not to be on TV, but that's not very normal. It's normally played out in court where everyone could hear it. I respect the fact it's a mass thing, but yeah, not very. I don't know. I'm sure there's other states as well, by the way, but that's not very normal. But hey, respect. Thanks for telling me, Patty, because I did think it was just a judge thing. So thanks for that information. Appreciate you. That's the thing. People need to remember every state's different as well. So, I'm just giving a generic view, not a state by state one. So, but thanks, Patty. Fairy Ryan. That sounds like it could get real annoying for a well-intended defense, real quick, if the state wanted to be annoying. Well, again, they've got 16 strikes, so the defense can ask, "Do you want this person?" Obviously, the Commonwealth can only strike 16 people, and vice versa. So they got to be strategic with it, because if you're up to strikes, then you're a bit fucked, then, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, you can be careful with it. I've been called a jury 7 times. I've picked twice. It has to be this has been the practice each time. There we are. Fair enough, Patty. I bow down to you because I don't know what the mass rules are. I just know generically it's not very normal from the states I've been watching in. It's not to say that other states don't practice it. Sometimes have their own little weird quirks. Just about every part of the legal system just depends on what state. Yes, yes. Dave 69, and only been on one jury and of course elected the former. Oh Jesus. Well done, Hamburger. The big questions everyone sees here is, but the personal questions are private. Oh no, your personal questions are private, yes. Oh no, I agree. Yeah, that's what I mean. The big questions everyone could hear. No, if it's private and yeah, you go to the back, that's normal. But normally the normal questions, they put their hands up or whatever in court. So we probably think of the same way, Patty. Old as a former. Most definitely has weird quirks. Yes. Jobber. Right, let's go back to the video, shall we? Sorry about that. I just want to show you that because some of you might be interested. Dave is like a well-aged steak. Is he rare or is he well done?
Rarely happens that way. There's something to that.
There are some facts the prosecution has presented that haven't been challenged in court so far. On the night of John O'Keefe's death, the couple went to 2 bars.
Hang on. I'm just going to close the tab down. Screen of death. Yeah, bugger you. Hang on.
McCarthy's and Waterfall in Canton. Karen was driving her SUV. While still in front of 34 Fairview Road, she left several voicemails on O'Keefe's phone, screaming she, quote, hated him. The next morning, after finding his body, she repeatedly asked, did I hit him? And after being taken to Good Samaritan, a blood test showed her blood alcohol level was between 0.13% and 0.29% that night. That blood alcohol level would be higher than the legal limit for driving a car. Listen, we are just starting to scratch the surface of pretrial evidence, some of which has fueled drama, filled theories around the case. Before we talk about those, though, let's highlight some other key players. We know the victim is John O'Keefe, and Karen Reed is accused of killing him. Then there is fellow Boston police officer Brian Albert. He owned the home where O'Keefe's body was found. Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, she invited Reed and O'Keefe to the Albert home for an after party. And Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, he was the lead investigator in this case. He is now the subject of an internal MSP investigation in connection with the Reed case. So let's talk about some of those theories. The first being an internet search allegedly made on the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe. You see it here. According to court documents, how long to die in the cold, but of course the first word is misspelled. This allegedly happened on Google just before 2:30 a.m. on the date in question. The next one has to do with the Albert's family dog, Chloe. Court documents showed the police canine German Shepherd was rehomed in the months following the incident. At one point, the defense alleged the dog may have been responsible for some of the injuries found on O'Keefe's body. And a third point of contention, the cracked taillight on Reed's SUV. Specifically, when did it break? Prosecutors say shards of glass allegedly found on Reed's back bumper link her vehicle to the scene where a broken cocktail glass was found in the snow. While testimony in the trial hasn't even begun yet, we already know so much. That's why it seems
For those new in the case, 100% by theory, saying she could have gone home and drank more. That level means nothing. It means nothing. You're right. It means absolutely nothing. But they're just going to spin it and spin it and spin it and spin it.
Seems everyone has already picked a side. For months now, Reed has arrived at court to throngs of supporters holding signs and shouting, "Free Karen Reed." And in the age of social media, the courthouse spectacle you see here is amplified 100 times over when you go online. NBC 10's Eli Rosenberg joins us live from the Norfolk County Superior Courthouse. Eli, you're going to give us a deep dive into the social media surrounding this case.
Well, go ahead and pick up your phone, log into your favorite social media platform. You are bound to see something about the Karen Reed case. You know, this is a case and a trial that has attracted information across the board unlike any other. And now a jury selection underway. It started her today behind me. That is creating some challenges. You don't have to look any further than this. Karen Reed leaving court this afternoon. The crowd, the crush of media, the attention to see Reed is not just any.
What's the female attorney called? What's the Karen's female attorney called? Does anyone remember? I don't remember her name. Damn it.
Defendant in a murder trial.
Everyone here, we're all wearing pink for Karen Reed to show our support for her.
This man, you know him as Turtle Boy, one of those reasons. His blog chronicling every twist and turn of the Reed trial has gone viral, leading to online debate and division.
Now with social media, being able to engage and follow and literally participate.
Chatter is one thing, but now all that publicity playing into picking a jury pool.
The jurors selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence.
Some 90 potential jurors brought in on Tuesday.
Thank you, Eliza. We have been following him, his tweets. Him and Ted, what's his name? Ted Daniels, been going between both. But thank you. Elk Burger, never tried it. Elizabeth Little. So can I just say about Elizabeth Little? I think she's outstanding. I like her, and I think she's going to play a key part in this trial. I generally do. I think she's going to be the key attorney for them. If you noticed, hang on. If you noticed in the last hearing, she went up there a lot. Aunt Bev seemed to really like her. Aunt Bev even smiled at her once. So I think she's a great attorney anyway, and I think she's going to be key for the defense. I think she's genuinely going to be key. We know Yannetti Jackson are fantastic; they're excellent, but I think she's going to play a pivotal role here. Here we go. Another tweet from Larry. The bailiff is playing musical chairs here. How it works. The jurors are all sitting in the pews. 3 juror names get called out and are seated at a special bench that seats 3 people. One by one, the judge calls out their number. The first jury on the special bench goes to the sidebar. The lawyers and the prosecutors and the judge discuss the answers to the questionnaire by the juror and ask them any additional questions that they may have. The juror then sits down in a special chair by the bailiff on the other side of the courtroom. The judge then discusses whether the juror will be appropriate for this case with the prosecutors and the lawyers. The judge then states out loud if the juror is excused or will be seated on the jury. Repeat cycle. So far, 100% excusal rate, but we've only gone through about 5% of the jurors. This is boring. I'm going to get some lunch. So there you go. Going to get some lunch. Let's see if Ted Daniels has said anything then. Oh, my mama told me. Okay, so as well, Ted Daniels says Tara Reid has some of the jury questionnaires in front of her and is marking them up with an orange highlighter. Her defense did not hire outside jury consultants. Defense using its combined experience to select. That's interesting. That's interesting. So I agree that they shouldn't use outside, not sure how much of an advantage that is. Liza Little would be great if Officer O'Keefe's niece and nephew. They shouldn't even be testifying, Theory. They shouldn't be testifying. If the Commonwealth put them up, they're pieces of shit. They're kids. Leave them alone. They've got nothing to add to it. Stop it. Don't. Yeah, you're right, though. If they do testify, she'd be awesome with them. Mama told me to let's go back to NBC.
When the judge asked if any had heard of the Reid case, some 70 said that they had.
It's hard to be in Massachusetts and to get any sort of news feed whatsoever and to not be inundated.
So it really is like a site. For 35 years, David Davis has been a Cambridge-based jury consultant, including working with prosecutors to pick a jury for the O.J. Simpson double murder trial.
Lawyers and the media often overestimate the extent to which the public actually is aware or knows about the case.
I'll bring it to the court's attention.
But Mark Garagos, you may recognize him from the Scott Peterson trial, says he always worries about a juror's real motives.
My biggest worry on cases like this are what I call stealth jurors.
Especially in cases like this that have plenty of buzz online.
In my experience, having done this hundreds of times, very few people are eager to serve on a jury.
And talking about David Davis, the jury consultant there, he says in the end, a jury will be seated. The big question, though, how long does it take? For example, today, 90 potential jurors were brought in and 4 were seated. Both sides will be back at it again tomorrow. Ivan Dedham, Eli Rosenberg, NBC 10 Boston.
Okay, Eli, thank you. NBC 10 Boston legal analyst Michael Coyne is going to join the conversation now. It's good to see you. Listen, let's talk about some of these conspiracy theories, because although many of us are caught up in them, you don't completely buy them. You say more likely than not, perhaps this was an accident at the hands of Karen Reid. How did you land in that place?
The question of the evidence. What evidence supports the logical conclusion? I'm not so sure that it's a second-degree murder case. I don't see the evidence of intent that you'd need for second degree. So what you're left with really is a motor vehicle homicide. Was there reckless, dangerous behavior by Miss Reid that night? I think the answer is yes. The question is, did it lead to the cause of his death? The fact is, it would take too many moving parts and too much evidence that the defendant is going to have to produce now that would support this broad conspiracy to not only kill him, but then cover it up. And that's the real key question. And that's what the judge has decided, even with the third-party culprit.
Well, you make a good point there, but there is so much strange behavior by law enforcement that is somewhat unexplained here. Destroyed cell phones, uninterviewed witnesses. How do we explain that?
You can't. You can't and shouldn't. The fact is there is too much unexplained law enforcement misbehavior in this case to have anyone who's reasonable question whether they are going to be able to meet the reasonable doubt standard that they carry, which is very, very high. So I don't dismiss those claims. I don't dismiss that law enforcement should have done a better job and that some folks should not even have been in that house because of their relationship with the Alberts. So the problem is the investigation is tainted on a number of different levels. The question is, will that mean that the jury finds reasonable doubt for all of the criminal charges she faces?
Okay, Michael Coyne, thank you very much. It's good to have you here for this discussion. A little later in the show, we'll talk about the third-party culprit defense, green-lit by the trial judge today. We're going to keep the conversation going now with Boston attorney Catherine Loftus. It's good to have you here. You may recognize her from the TikTok account, Note My Objection.
So because I'm a lawyer, before I comment on anything, what I like to do is I actually like to read the legal filings. So these are the last 3 docket entries on the John O'Keefe case filed by the defense. What I do is I read those, I take notes, and then I explain to you.
This is perfect. I'm going to join TikTok because of you.
Hey, I'll take you all.
All right, so listen, the day began today with the judge making a ruling on a motion, which she's going to allow, with some restrictions, a third-party culprit defense for the defense team. Can you explain really quickly to our audience what that is and why prosecutors did not want her to allow this motion?
So what the judge ruled today was essentially what we call in legal terms is splitting the baby. So she declined to allow the defense to present this argument in their opening statements. However, they are able to question throughout their direct testimony that they elicit, any cross-examination, any evidence or documents presented. So essentially what the judge is saying is when Attorney Yannetti was in the courtroom on Friday, that he presented enough information, and we call it an offer of proof to the court, that there was enough evidence he anticipates coming in that would justify the court allowing a third-party culprit defense.
And that means somebody else did it, not our client.
That's correct. That's correct. And so the defense is pointing specifically at 3 people and outlining the possibilities. That's Colin Albert, that's Brian Albert, and that's Brian Higgins. And David Yannetti on Friday outlined the specific reasons. When we talk about a third-party culprit defense, we talk about the idea that you have to provide other people. There has to be evidence that there's other motive, intent, and opportunity for somebody to have committed the crime. And essentially, that's what Karen Read has been saying all along. I didn't do this. Somebody else in the House did it. They asked the court to deny the Commonwealth's motion. And as I said, the judge basically split it down the middle by saying you can't do it from the front end, but we'll allow some testimony as you go through.
Yes, let's use the time less to talk about these third parties that have been named. Brian Albert, of course, is a Boston police officer. Colin Albert is his nephew. And Brian Higgins is also a law enforcement agent at the ATF. How could it be possible that those people would be implicated in this? Do they need to prove that those people did it in order to get their client an acquittal?
They do not have to prove that. And it's always important to remember that ultimately it's the Commonwealth that has the burden of proof to prove that Karen Read hit and killed John O'Keefe beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not the defendant's burden to prove that she's innocent or to prove that anybody else did it. What they're trying to do with a third-party culprit defense is present to the jury, not only are we trying to poke holes in the Commonwealth's reasonable doubt, but we're also presenting alternate theories that quite honestly may be viable. And I think that's really what they're trying to do with this.
It's going to be interesting watching the testimony in this case. Attorney Catherine Loftus, thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Stay with us after the break. Sue O'Connell will join our guests here in studio to talk jury selection and who might be the perfect juror in this trial. Welcome back to Canton Confidential. Sue O'Connell has joined the roundtable here, our political commentator. You were in the courtroom today watching jury selection. What were your observations?
Well, it was odd because there were a lot of people there, 88 to 95, depending on how you count. When asked how many of you have heard or talked about the case, almost all of them, the majority of them, raised their hand. How many of you already have formed an opinion? A lot raised their hand. How many of you already have a bias? A few of them raised their hand. And then the judge called them up individually with the lawyers to vet them to see if they're going to serve on the jury. So it was a very different experience than I've been a part of as a juror and the times that I have been in the courtroom for jury selection.
And Michael, knowing about the case doesn't automatically disqualify you from sitting on the jury.
No, the standard is that despite what you know, are you prepared to listen to the evidence carefully in court and then rule on only the evidence presented as to her guilt or innocence?
So, Catherine, we got 4 jurors sat today. Do you think this pace can be maintained where by the end of the week we have a panel?
I'm impressed by how quickly they sat the 4. I think it's possible if the jurors and the judge are acting all efficiently. There's a number of jurors that were summoned for today as well as tomorrow. So I think they have a large pool to choose from, and it's certainly possible.
So this trial in some ways has felt like a spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
Did it feel that way in person?
It didn't when we were in the courtroom because it was all jurors in the courtroom and press, and then of course the court for the folks working. But after most of the jurors had been, the majority, only about 4 were left, some of the spectators came in to watch, dressed in pink, sitting in the back row, and that kind of gave us a hint to what the trial will look like. And again, it was very controlled. I think the jurors didn't go out the front door, so there was no concerns about them being harassed. But it is starting to build up. I think they did a great job controlling the spectacle part of that within the jury selection.
All right, so Michael, we're on the eve of testimony beginning, opening statements beginning. We have a parallel federal investigation. So much of this feels unprecedented. You've been around for a while. Is this similar to anything else? That's a kind way of calling you experienced.
The closest to it would be either an OJ trial or a Trump trial, because you have nothing else that attracts the public attention and the fever that you see with these folks and the interest in the outcome. So it's been a while since we had OJ tried. It hasn't been that long since we've tried Trump.
All right, Michael, Sue, Catherine, thank you very much. There's clearly a lot to this case, and this
Fuck, I always mute myself. That's ended it, right? Let me play you this, right? This is Tom CPU. Hang on. It's about 10 minutes behind, but it'll do us. It'll do.
With Larry coming out.
So we get, hear a bit more from DY.
All right, we're going to interview Larry. You guys are lucky. You guys get first primo time, guys. There he is. Waiting for you.
You hear the rumors? Grant said you're going to be held in contempt for posting a public jury questionnaire.
Oh, that's awesome. I can't wait.
How was it in there? Good times?
It is boring.
Yeah, it is
really
boring,
out there. I mean, it's basically, as I understand, it's the same thing that happened yesterday. They're calling the jurors one by one after they fill out the questionnaire. They're deciding whether or not they're going to be the right person for the jury. They've gone through about 6-7% of the jury pool. So far, 100%.
Oh. No.
So far, 100%. You're excused. So not one selected yet.
Not one, huh?
But it's going to go for the next couple hours like this. It's just going to be a repeat cycle. So I decided to go get some food.
I don't blame you. They didn't have a lunch break yesterday.
But
so.
I met Ted.
Daniel?
Daniel.
Yeah, he's good.
He's cool.
Yeah, he's
I like
good.
him.
Yeah,
I'm sitting
that's
right in
good.
front of him, and we've been chatting back and forth.
That's a professional.
Yeah, he really is. I
Real
like him.
deal. Yeah, yeah.
You know what? Grant
But
can't live tweet
I think,
anymore.
I'm not sure, don't quote me on this, but I think Karen recognized the fact that I'm wearing a pink
Oh,
tie.
yeah.
'Cause she
I
kinda
like
looked at
that
it very
tie, as a
same-
matter of fact.
She did?
That's very
How do you know?
She definitely watches the YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
She
I don't
definitely
know
watches-
anything,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I assume nobody knows me, you know?
Yeah, that ain't true.
We all know you are. She kind of stopped and like looked at it for a second. I was doing something, so I just caught her, you know, her glare or her stare or whatever.
Karen's perceptive of everything. She knows.
Very
who you are.
smart woman.
Yeah.
Very smart.
I never
woman.
got a chance to meet her yet, so.
Yeah.
Do we know?
No, I think it was saying that Larry will. Larry posted it, I believe. I'm not sure if Grant did as well, though, Fairy. But Larry shared the questionnaire.
Why Grant can't post or tweet from the box today?
Why what?
Why
He probably doesn't know Grant.
Who's Grant?
Yeah,
No,
you don't know
Grant's
Grant.
not what we're
Oh,
talking about.
I had used him as Grant
Is he
earlier.
sitting in the other box?
He can't tweet from inside with somebody, whether like
Somebody
not
get-
allowed to tweet or something.
Someone
for
get in
certain
trouble.
people?
I've been tweeting the entire time.
Yeah.
I asked Ted. Ted said
How
it's
many
cool.
jurors have they gone through yet?
About
67%.
seven
I don't know.
or
Sounds like
eight
he just
total.
posted he can't live
Because
tweet
first
today.
they had to do the
They've only
questionnaire.
questioned 7.
No. Hold on. Back up.
See, why is Gretchen
We have
Ross
about
allowed
100
in
people.
if she's on the
Okay.
witness list?
Oh.
First,
that is an
they
excellent
asked them
question. Did you know
individual
that?
questions that the entire panel just raised their numbers and they read out the numbers. Okay. After that, they were handed out the questionnaire. The questionnaire took about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They filled it all out. They submitted it to the court. Then they kind of took the jurors. They were like literally just questioning them in the back. And now they're doing what's called individual voir dire. I've seen it before. In the Commonwealth of Kentucky, they do something very, very similar. The only difference is the juror sits in the witness box. The judge is right here. The lawyers are over here. And they ask the juror one by one, juror number 573, blah, 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 blah. And then they answer into the record. Question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. The audience, I've been to murder trials before in Kentucky. You can hear all this stuff. This is the first time I've ever seen a...
Yeah, but Larry, that's kind of common now.
Yeah.
Well, not in Suffolk. Somebody commented in Suffolk County, it's not. So maybe it's a Norfolk thing. I'm in Norfolk, right? I was
Yeah.
all right.
All right.
So there are about 7 people through that.
All right.
Well, by now it's
All right.
probably
Listen,
9.
do you mind if you look at me and talk?
Oh yeah.
No, not at all.
I don't even want to go that way. I don't want to go there. Yeah. All
They're
right. So
probably taking a break right now. Or no, those
lunch.
They were dismissed. Those guys. Okay, good. Okay.
Okay.
So there should be seats of them. They had mentioned that they were only going to give them 5 minutes per juror once they do the interviews. Are they sticking to that? When they're sidebar with individual questions.
Yeah. I would say so. It's even sometimes shorter than that.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what they just the people we just saw walk
All right.
by are the jurors that 100% are dismissed.
All right. Good deal.
So it's about 10. I counted 10, give or take.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna go see Chandler. Chandler didn't get in today because we forgot her press pass. So there was she's really
Collective sigh.
like I really want
What's she been doing? She's hanging out.
Yeah, she's in Airbnb. We're walking distance from our Airbnb.
sweet.
So,
Nice.
yeah.
Awesome.
And then is Brad here?
Brad Goldstein?
Yeah.
No, not today,
No,
right?
not today. Oh, he said he's gonna be there in the afternoon.
Yeah.
He did say that. Anyway, Brad's a homie. He was like, "I'll hook you up next time." I'm like, "Dude, I'm not gonna say no."
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Cool.
but yeah, we're all good. I'm happy. I got in. She's not.
You must be crawling up the walls to see your freedom of speech being impacted like this with a 200-yard buffer zone. Hence, if this was Kentucky, you would be all over the place, just like banners going everywhere. I can imagine this is your hell, your First Amendment being restricted like this.
Not happy, but we're making things work. She
Yeah.
brought me food, so I can't hate on that.
No, not at all.
Yeah. How are y'all doing? How are y'all feeling?
Thank you.
Good.
Confident.
Yeah.
It's I've been in murder trials before. There's a different aura in that courtroom. That is not a murder trial aura.
What's
What do
different?
you mean? Like,
It's a feeling. I can't describe it because when you're in a murder trial, there's this tension usually of like, you know, the defendant is kind of like is the defendant. You know, like we defense attorneys we call them our client. They're never the defendant. Show me you guys have seen your birth certificates, right? Does it say defendant on there anywhere?
Negative.
Yeah. Why?
Innocent.
Because the state wants to dehumanize you, take away your individuality, take away your identity, and call you a defendant. Because now it's easy to convict a defendant. It's a lot harder to convict Tom's CPU than it is to convict Tom the defendant.
Spend the day with me, and you'll be changing your mind real quick.
it won't take a day.
Think you have a gut feeling of injustice?
It's feel. What's the?
Oh,
It's the
I don't know.
feeling.
I can't describe it. I can't explain it. But like, for instance, what was the one where, like Alec Murdaugh? Oh, a great example. I was at the Alec Murdaugh murder trial in South Carolina, in Colleton County. Now that one, it was just like everybody's like, you know, you want to kind of stay away from him. He's already admitted to fraud and stealing clients with $7 million of clients' money. I think he recently got sentenced, or convicted or sentenced. I can't remember. Yeah. What's up, kiddo? What you got there? Buddy, that's what's up. Anyway, so there's a totally different vibe in that case. Here it just, I don't know, it feels different. I can't explain it. I don't know what it is. It just feels different. That's all I can say. I'll be able to say it later. I don't know.
Do you know what was going on with that sidebar?
I'm like the closest person to it, and I still can't hear jack shit.
What do you think when he came in today and he said he has a major problem that he has to discuss? Serious issue, I think they said.
Serious issue. Who said that?
Yanetti.
Defense attorney.
And then
Oh.
issue.
First thing.
And they took that like 30 minutes. She say something like, "Did you explain this to the prosecution?" And then she got up and left.
We never got to hear it because the judge cut
came
him
back
off.
and never said anything, right?
So after she said that, let me refresh my memory. So he gets up there, Yanetti, right?
Yes.
Yanetti gets up to the podium. She's like, Your Honor, do you mind if I?
It's okay.
Your Honor, do you mind if I use the podium? And she's like, yeah, go ahead. He gets up there. He's like, Your Honor, we have a serious issue. And then she cuts him off and says, you know, have you talked about this to the prosecution? He goes, no, not yet. Well, go ahead and do that. And she gets up and leaves the bench. Then he does a sidebar with the prosecution. So they have a little pod. It's the 5 of them or 4 of them or whatever talking, and that was it. So that's all I know. I didn't see anything else other
Did she
than
have,
that
like, an
with
attitude?
respect to that issue. So maybe it'll be addressed at the end of the day. I don't know.
When she walked away, did she have an attitude?
I don't
when
know.
she said
I don't know.
What's your take on the judge?
You don't want my take on the judge.
We just got it.
Well, you put that thing away,
Personal.
I'll give you my take on the judge.
But now that you're there personally and you
No,
see
she's
her.
all right. She's all right. She's doing the best she can.
Okay, that's what we figured.
Finish your statement for the prosecution.
You said it, not me.
I'm not on film.
Oh yeah, we'll get in trouble real quick.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think it's actually kind of cool because I think Ted is Fox News, right?
Yeah,
The
basically,
Fox
the Fox affiliate, correct.
He wants to maybe have me give a statement at the end of the day as like in my attorney capacity.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you
I was
go.
like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I don't know if he. So at first he asked me, who am I? And I'm like, I don't know him. So I was like, yeah, I'm TDG Plus Media. That's my official, And then I told him, like, once I got to know him a little bit, I was like, yeah, I'm the DUI guy. He's like, oh, I know you. I was like, well, I didn't mean to be like kind of auspicious or anything or suspicious. It's just I don't know you, and I don't want to like. I don't know if it was because some media. I don't know.
Yeah, we have a lot of that, yeah.
There's a lot of that. Yeah,
So-
you're right.
Yeah, he is Murph. Hey, Murph. He is, and I'm not sure what's going on. So, oh Jesus, Jonathan. Yeah, he's at the trial. I'm not sure how long he's there for. Him and his girlfriend are there. He's been in the courthouse, so he's just giving us all an update about, what's going on. Who's Larry? He is the guy. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you and say I'm a big fan of his. I'm not really a big fan of his, but he is there, so he will have a big following. So I don't really follow him that much. He's on Twitter, so we're grateful for him for posting on Twitter. All that I say, I'm not a big fan because I don't really know the guy. Do you know what I mean? So I can't say, "Oh, go watch him. He's the best." I don't know him, so but he's kind enough to obviously give up his time and update this. So we're grateful for that, and thanks for his Twitter as well.
But once he found, that's before he wanted to interview me when he knew I was a lawyer, before he knew who I was. Now that he knows who I am, I don't know, he may have changed his mind.
No, I'm pretty sure he's.
He would appreciate your perspective.
Sure, because he was like, I can't have your opinion as to. So I said, no problem. I can separate the sheep from the herd. I got you. I'll give you what you want.
Well, I'll be good tonight.
Just don't talk to Steve. Anyone neighbor.
Steve. I'll remember that.
Don't talk to anyone.
What is he
neighbor,
wearing?
he'll be good. I don't know if he's it at the moment. but
Which channel is he with?
Five.
Channel 5.
We don't
Not
like-
talk to Steve from Channel 5.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. He won't talk to you. Who? He's not going to want to.
Channel 5, Henning.
He's not going to want to talk.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to want to talk to you.
So
Greg or
that's the official legal analyst for Channel 5 WCGB News is Brian Albert's attorney. So and they're the only media.
Brian Albert's
attorney.
Brian Albert's attorney. The owner of 34 Fairview Road.
Okay.
So he's the legal analyst for Channel 5, and they're the only channel that has never mentioned the name Brian Albert in any of their reporting.
Who's Brian Albert?
Their guy who's
The owner of the
The owner of the house.
Why does that matter? Sorry. I'm
because he
lost.
had a dead body on his front
Because he
lawn.
killed him. Because he killed him. That may be why it matters.
And the cops never
Nothing much.
Who's the reporter? Karen says Steve. You know who did it, Steve. You were there when
Have you seen Aiden's new girlfriend? Whoa, she's nice.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But either way, he was
It's
really
Steve.
basically. They've never
She
said
was
his name, but
interviewed on
Karen
the
said his
steps.
name.
I know.
Yeah, so they were all out for dinner last night. They all went off for dinner last night. That was the picture I was trying to get earlier on.
And Dougal said,
Yeah,
he said it,
specifically
yeah.
don't record his name.
We all know.
Makes sense. So there are two types of cones, I understand. This is the 200-foot buffer cone.
Yep.
What is this cone?
The wait behind me to
That's
get
a-
inside cones.
Stay behind my cone and you go to jail
off of
cone.
our sidewalk.
That's a no parking cone. What are you talking about?
We're not-
That's a different. This is no parking. You guys are not
Hey,
parking.
So So how I understand it, Murph, is, you know, so those that don't know Larry, D-Wagger, he goes around and, he does go to court. So he was at Murdoch's court. His trial, he lasted the whole trial. He was at the Johnny Depp one. He became popular, I believe, through Johnny Depp, I believe. He's not everyone's cup of tea, 100%. I say he's not my cup of tea, but some people love him. So, he's got a very big channel and stuff like that. So I think he became immersed in this trial once he heard about, heard about Karen Reid. He started streaming it a couple of weeks ago. He had Turtle Boy on, and then the whole First Amendment stuff happened with the 500-yard stuff, which he got involved with. And then he announced probably 2 weeks ago that he was thinking about going to Dedham. And again, he had Turtle Boy on again, and then he was persuaded for him to cover it. So yeah, he arrived yesterday to court, and now he's covering it. So he doesn't know the case. No, he doesn't know the case. I mean, he'll know. He knows about 2-3 weeks worth of it. He hasn't been in it from the start, but he's brought a lot of exposure to it. So but yeah, cool. If we think he flipped for his pension, told feds who killed him. Naya, Larry's awesome. A lot of people think he's awesome. Yeah, he's, as I say, he's a quiet taste. I've got nothing bad, as in I don't hate Larry, but he's not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. You know what Aiden? You know what Aiden has told him. Yeah, Aiden's been on the show a couple of times, so it's great exposure for Aiden. That was essentially. So yeah. Have you ever heard about this case? Which case? Which case is that, Darcy? So yeah, so essentially that is the guy, Larry. He goes through various trials and covers them. I say he's a quiet taste. You either love him or some people don't like him. I say I'm in the middle ground. I've got nothing really either way, as I say, but that's just my honest opinion. Some people do love him, and some people absolutely hate him. But that's the same. We can say that about every streamer out there. People fake it too. Who's Karen? Not quite sure. Hey, Suzanne. How you doing, darling? Sorry I'm late to the show. No, it's fine. We're just. What I'm going to do, I'm going to play one more video for you guys. This is Vinny from last night. This is about 20-minute video. So, there's done streams on the Can't Recreate previous. Yeah, he did it with Turtle Boy, didn't he? A few weeks ago. I think he's been involved for the last month or so, I think. He's a lawyer. He's taken the case to court, which is cool. But Larry got more interest when he moved the crowd. When they moved the crowd. Yeah. 100%. This is why I say, Lisa. I think he got really involved. I watched actually his show about that, the First Amendment stuff. He got really into that. Yeah, I was talking to somebody. Somebody messaged me. I don't know who it was, but it was basically saying he's more interested in the First Amendment stuff than obviously the Karen case. Hey, Suzanne. Suzanne from the law field. Yes, he knows the case, but no years with. No, he knows, however long he's been covering it for. I don't even know years worth of case, only how much I've been doing it. You have 35 years in the legal profession. I've dealt with federal courts for many years. Got a few people locked up for shoes for. There you go, Suzanne. Right, closing arguments by video. I'll play this, and then we'll end it on this then. I'll say it's not supposed to be a long stream. According to Larry, there is what do you call it? 0 people been picked for the jury so far today. There's only like 5% that have gone through it. So that was good insight, to have on that. Here we go. This is Vinny. he does wise, but it's changed the First Amendment, and you can see it in him. Yeah, I don't follow him, so yeah, I don't follow him. I don't, as I say, I don't know him, so I'm not gonna pretend I know much about him. Also, he's a lot bigger channel, so he's by far well ahead of my channel. So I'm like, he's not in my group of people that I stream with. So, I don't know much. DUI seems to be go in person to trials. I'll give you, but I'll give people to YouTube streams. Yeah, I think he'll stream. I think my understanding is that his girlfriend Chandler's going to stream it. So he's going to go record every day, and Chandler's going to stream it. They'll probably do recaps in the evening. Suzanne, you're a brilliant font of knowledge. Thank you all. I just contribute what I can. Funny face of the death case. Larry made a wide-eyed shock in court, as we did at the moment, but this was a camera on it. Yeah, but this is the thing. I'd never watched Johnny Depp, so I missed all that. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I'm out the loop with all this stuff. I know that's how it became popular, but yeah, Johnny Depp, I never watched it. I watched it since, but I had not the time. I think I was the only person in the world that didn't watch it. Kendall, someone gifted me membership. I don't know who it was, but thank you. It was Murph's Turf, Kendall. Murph's Turf gave you the gifted membership. So yeah, your thanks goes to Murph. I've learned an awful lot from you, Suzanne. There we are, Fairy. I mean, the best thing about chats, we learn from each other. No one's an expert. It's fantastic. I learned lots from Sean. I've learned lots from you guys. It's good. Right, let's watch this and then we call it.
I'm Vinny Politan. Great to have you with us here for closing arguments. What a big day here at Court TV. We've got this huge case involving the so-called Doomsday Prophet taking place in Idaho on one side of the country, and then in the Northeast, up in Dedham, Massachusetts, Norfolk County, another huge trial, a case unlike any that we've seen here on Court TV. Karen Reed, accused of murdering her police officer boyfriend. She says she's being framed and set up by the police, by the investigators who found the evidence against her. So today, day one of jury selection, and you had supporters of Karen Reed showing up. There are some rules, though. They can't go wherever they want. They can't wear whatever they want. There are absolutely some limitations on what they can do. And there you see Matt Johnson was ready to go this morning outside the courthouse. Now, let's take a look as Karen Reed was arriving at court this morning. You can see she's getting ready to walk across the street. You don't want to get struck by a car, so her attorney, Alan Jackson, makes sure she crosses properly. But you can see some of the folks flanking her, members of the media. High-profile case here. Now, Karen Reed, again, was inside the courtroom today for day one of jury selection. That could be one of the most important aspects of this case, like it is in many cases, but this is a case that has divided the community. It is on everyone's mind. How many people have opinions? How many people are suspicious of police? How many people are suspicious of a woman accused of murdering a police officer? These are things you've got to flush out during jury selection. Matt Johnson, as you saw, he is there and has the latest for us tonight.
Hey, Vinny. Day one of jury selection here in Dedham ends with 4 of the 16 jurors needed to hear the case. How are we feeling today, Karen?
Good, Matt. Good.
Karen Reed telling Court TV she is ready to stand trial. Today was day one of jury selection in her high-profile murder case. Reed is accused of running over her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, and leaving him to die in the snow back in 2022. The defense claims that she's being framed in a police cover-up. On Tuesday, the judge handed down a major decision that the defense can't blame other people in their opening statements.
Based on the offer of proof on Friday, I am well within my rights, pursuant to the case law, to exclude the third-party culprit defense. I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to give you a chance to develop it through relevant, competent, admissible evidence, but you cannot open on it.
During jury selection, almost all potential jurors raised their numbers when asked if they knew about the case. Several people also raised their numbers, saying that they know some of the key players on the witness list. Outside the courthouse, dozens of supporters were kept in a buffer zone away from the entrance for the first time after the court ruled that officers who are observers cannot wear police uniforms in the gallery, and Reed supporters cannot wear buttons, shirts, or hold signs within 200 feet of the entrance.
She has to be exonerated. This is insane that this woman is being brought to trial. The evidence is insane. For her innocence, she didn't do this.
So what are you looking forward to the most? Hearing opening statements or some of the evidence? What are you looking
I
forward
would
to?
like to see cross-examination of some unsavories on the stand.
What are you looking forward to?
I'm also looking forward to the defense cross-examining some of the people who we believe were the actual murderers of John O'Keefe and the people responsible for covering up. I think Karen has a great team, and part of the reason I'm out here today, I don't think that she's had a fair shake. I know it's not a trial yet, but the hearings and evidence, so I'm excited to see her have her day.
And jury selection expected to last upwards of 2 weeks. Testimony could be 6 weeks. Vinny?
Matt Johnson at the courthouse. Now, let's talk about some of the evidence, because one of the things that was revealed today was a witness list and some of the proposed exhibits of evidence that this jury will see, that you will see here on Court TV. And let's begin with the one piece of evidence that probably started this whole support of Karen Reed, and it's a copy of the Cellbrite extraction report of the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe. This is incredibly significant. This is the search, and this is what the question is: how long to die in the cold was a search that was done by Jennifer McCabe's, or at least done on her phone. The question is, and it was misspelled, how becomes HOS. Was it done at 2:30 in the morning, or was it done at 6:30 in the morning? Big difference between those two times. And this is going to be a battle of the experts in trying to understand, from extracting this information from the cell phone, when this search was done. Because if the search is done at 2:30 in the morning, then it's game over for the prosecution. If someone is searching how long to die in the cold at 2:30 in the morning, it's over. Done. If it's 6:30 in the morning, then it is consistent with the prosecution's case. So let's take a listen to a preview of some of the arguments that this jury may hear.
The Commonwealth suppressed one of the most obvious pieces of exculpatory evidence in the entire case, and that was a piece of evidence.
So shout out to Melly Little. You're right, Suzanne. She's amazing, and she's going live at 5:30 Eastern. Shout out to Sean in the Gulf. Sean is going live tonight on News Nation at 10 p.m. Eastern. Also, for this portion of it, shout out to Andrea Burkhardt as well. Love Andrea. She does a great analysis. We played it yesterday. She does a great analysis of this hearing. So go and watch Andrea Burkhardt for her breakdown. She's got no skin in the game. She is just amazing. And yes, you're right. Melly Little, also amazing. I love her breakdowns as well. So yeah. Someone said, you didn't watch Johnny Depp. No, I'd never watched Johnny Depp. No. I've watched it since, but yeah, not at the time. So I'm well behind.
It's that they know torpedoes their entire case and their theory of this case. And that's Jennifer McCabe's Google search at 2:27 a.m., how long to die in cold. Now, a Quantico-trained special agent with the FBI's Regional Computer Forensic Lab. In other words, the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation also specifically confirms that that search was made on Jennifer McCabe's phone.
I love that. It's like, fucking got you, bitches. Love that from Karen. That's like, you see, go fuck yourselves, everybody. I'm in the right. I love that. I love that look. Let's go, Karen.
And it was made on or before 2:27 and 40 seconds a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
There's a separate, and I forget exactly what it stands for, but an RCFL analysis of the phone in which through both Axiom and through Celebrite, and the conclusion of that expert is that the searches occurred when Ms. McCabe testified. They occurred because the defendant asked her to conduct those searches at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. Really, the argument stops at the point of it's not, we didn't do our job to get the Cellbrite version that shows that information did not exist at the time of the grand jury. So I'm not really sure how the Commonwealth is supposed to run something through a Cellbrite version that isn't in existence at the time the grand jury is conducted.
Crucial battle of the experts in that case. Now, let's move on to more of the evidence. The taillight pieces recovered from the scene. Remember, the theory of the prosecution is that Karen Reed ran him over with the back of her car. So this becomes crucial, the actual taillight pieces, some of which were purportedly found on the victim himself. You remember last week we were talking about this in her body cam when she was arrested for murder, rearrested for murder. She said, my taillight was cracked. John was pulverized. He was beaten up. My taillight was already cracked. Well, how could the taillight been cracked? Well, they go back to this video. The defense is going to point to this video of her backing out when she's now looking for John O'Keefe, that she smashes into this car. You look on the rearview mirror, how cracked is the taillight? You know, that's something the jury's going to have to figure out based upon this video and arguments. Another important part of the taillight is that a former police chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, found a piece like a week later. He's driving by the scene a week later and finds a piece of the taillight. So the defense says that's very peculiar because they're going to allege that this evidence was planted by police. Planted. And he found a piece a week later? Why would he find it a week later? Well, prosecution's going to say, well, that's when all the snow melted after the big storm. Now, there's also the witness list is crucial here as well, and probably one of the most important witnesses for both sides, I think, in the way his testimony will go, will be Trooper Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. This is one of the lead investigators, but was he close to the family in the house that the defense is going to say is responsible for the death of John O'Keefe? Here's what Alan Jackson is going to try to prove.
Trooper Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth withheld from the grand jury clear and even more egregious conflicts of interest as they pertain to Michael Proctor. Sergeant Lank was aware of this irremediable conflict that Canton Police Department had and that he should have had with the Alberts. So what does he do? He calls in Massachusetts State Police. And who do they send but Michael Proctor? And that's like jumping from the frying pan into the fire. That's the same Michael Proctor who's also years-long close family friends with the Alberts. The Proctors have called the Alberts their, quote, second family.
Also taking a look at the defense witness list, significant witness here, Brian Higgins. Who is Brian Higgins, right? Close friend of Brian Albert, one of the people in the house, attended the bar and the party that night where the defense says John O'Keefe was killed, had an alleged romantic entanglement with Karen Reed. Does that give him motive to get into a fight with John O'Keefe? Maybe they'll argue that. I don't know. An agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and had an office in the Canton Police Department. Testified he found out about John O'Keefe's death in a phone call from Brian Albert and convened at the Alberts home with the McCabe's hours after O'Keefe's body was discovered to discuss the investigation. These are the allegations. This is where they're going. This is going to be fought, this whole case. Also on the defense list, this is extremely unusual, like this case, the Norfolk County District Attorney, Michael Morrissey. Remember, he had that statement that released, this video statement, caused a little bit of controversy among some folks where he was telling, listen, leave the witnesses alone, everyone. Leave the witnesses alone. They're all presumed innocent. And in the end, one of the folks who was confronting the witnesses was charged with witness tampering. Turtle Boy had him on the show. Let's take a listen now to the significance of the DA and what role he may play in the trial of Karen Reed.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong.
He has a personal interest in getting Karen Reed convicted. If he can use whatever means he has at his disposal to convict her, and he succeeds, that would vindicate him and harm the federal investigation of his office. On the other hand, if she's found not guilty, as we expect she will be, he knows that he and his office will remain in the crosshairs of the federal investigation.
So what you have going on is you really have two things going on at once. You've got the trial of Karen Reed and what the defense is going to attempt to do, even though they can't mention it in their opening statement, but through cross-examination and perhaps through their own case, try to prove that, no, it wasn't Karen Reed. This is what really happened. That makes this case unusual. What also makes this case very different are all the people who've been showing up for every hearing outside of that courthouse with the signs and the shirts and the chants and the cheers. The folks who have been supporting Karen Reed. So who are they? Well, let's bring one of them in. Joining us from Wilmington, Massachusetts, Karen Reed supporter, and the man who helped raise the money for that Karen Reed billboard truck, Nick Rocco, back with us. Nick, great to see you. Were you there today?
Of course I was there today, Vinny. How you doing?
I'm doing well. What about this buffer zone? 200 feet away. How are the protesters going to handle this? And how are the protesters going to dress to show up at the courthouse?
So to be honest, you can see on both sides of the courthouse where the cones are, where the protesters have to stand. Now, anybody who walks across the street or even on that street is able to see them from the courthouse. So I'm not really still understanding. I guess they want to keep us back, but no matter who comes to that courthouse, you can still see supporters there. And the people you see standing on the sidewalk, those are some of us waiting to get into the courtroom. And unfortunately today, people were not able to get in until after lunch because there were so many jurors still in there waiting.
So what is the plan for the supporters of Karen Reed? Is it an organized effort at this point, or is it just everyone on their own is choosing to show up? How does this work?
Well, I mean, a lot of us that are here at these protests are in the Facebook group, and everybody's coordinating different things. Today was the first day. We weren't sure if we were able to park behind the Registry of Deeds, or if we had to park where the Dedham police, set aside where there could be a peaceful protest, which was about 1,000 feet away from the courthouse, 800 feet more than the actual buffer zone. So you had people lined up right at those cones, and the ones who didn't have any gear on were able to walk in front of the courthouse, basically back and forth without lingering out front.
Okay, so if you don't wear the Karen Reed things to support her, you can walk around the courthouse, and ultimately, if you get in line and there's space, you'll be in the courtroom. Is that the plan?
Pretty much, yeah. I think today was a learning lesson for everybody how it's going to go. But don't forget, we also do have an appeal and a petition in the full spectrum Supreme Court to potentially overrule this buffer still. So, the protesters are not out of this fight yet.
All right, let me ask you this now. The protesters obviously supporting Karen Reed believe that she has been wrongfully accused and believe that the people in the House are the ones responsible for what happened to Officer John O'Keefe. But my understanding is that the family of John O'Keefe believe that Karen Reed is responsible. How do you feel as someone who is supporting an accused killer when the victim's family believes the correct person is on trial?
Well, I don't know Karen personally. I don't know the relationship between Karen and John's mother. To be honest, whether they were friendly or not, It's John's mother's right to, believe in what she wants. But from what I looked at today on the defense witness list is John's father, and he's not on the Commonwealth's witness list. So I found that very interesting as well.
And are you going to go every day? This is going to be a pretty long trial. Are your plans and the plans of the other supporters to be there day in and day out? Justice, the wheels of justice sometimes turn a little slowly, especially in a big case like this that's being so hotly contested.
The last time I told you when I was on here, I still truly believe you will have people outside of that courthouse every single day for jury selection and then for the whole trial. It was a beautiful day outside today. So yeah, the nicer it is, the more people are going to be there. I myself, I'm going to try to be there as much as possible. I can't be there every day, unfortunately, but I will be there as much as I can.
All right. Nick Rocco, thanks for giving us a little bit of insight into the folks who've been showing up and making this trial much different than many other trials we cover here on Court TV. Appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. When we come back, the think tank is ready. Michael Sterling is absolutely ready. Can Karen Reed raise a reasonable doubt? We'll talk about it next.
We are underway in the trial of doomsday prophet Chad Daybell.
Prosecutors say they will seek the death penalty against him.
Investigators have recovered human remains at Chad Daybell's residence.
There's no way, Morgan. I should never come up with this.
His wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, has already been convicted.
Now, will her husband end up with the same fate?
What's going on at the minute? It's weird to me because lots of people started covering that, thinking it's going to be a huge trial. But a lot of people have finished doing it and jumped on the Karen Reed trial since then. Because literally, first day of this, it was the same day as the Nikolai Mew trial. And the Nikolai Mew one was, I think it was only like 3 or 4 of us who was doing Nikolai Mew. And then also everyone started doing that. People hated the Daybell one because of the zoom. It did not look nice. And then people started hearing about the Karen Reed trial. And now also everyone's basically it's hard. Well, it's not many people doing the Daybell trial now covering it. Most people are going to be covering the Karen Reed trial. Some will try and do both, but yeah.
And you were indicted by Frazier.
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My tail light is cracked and John is pulverized.
Karen Reed is on the other side of that computer screen. That's after she had been arrested for the upgraded charge of murder for the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. And there she is, pointing the finger directly at the Alberts. Now, what's interesting here is that they're not going to be able to argue about that, or not argue, but make any statements in their openings, the defense, about this third-party culpability. That's been prohibited by the judge. They're going to have to get some evidence on the record before the judge will allow them to make any arguments or any reference to someone else committing this crime. Now, something else that the Commonwealth is trying to get prohibited from being brought in front of this jury. Take a look, 2 things. An internal affairs investigation, which was initiated against that lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, in connection with this case. And 2, evidence establishing that Sergeant Lank has used his position as a law enforcement officer in the past to protect the Albert family. Let's take a listen now to Alan Jackson, the attorney for Karen Reed, outlining the proof of this relationship between Trooper Proctor and the family.
Newly uncovered text messages, but from the feds, revealed that on January 19th, 2022, think about that date, that's 10 days before the incident. January 19th, 2022, Michael Proctor texted his own family members discussing the specifics of having Julie Albert babysit for his toddler child. On February 1st, 2022, 3 days after John O'Keefe was killed, There was another text message. In this one, Michael Proctor's sister texts Michael Proctor very specifically and writes the following, quote, "Just saw Julie, and Julie said when all this is over, she wants to give you, Michael Proctor, a thank you gift." Michael Proctor didn't respond with, "That's inappropriate. These are witnesses. These are potential suspects. Please tell her don't ever do that again. Don't ever suggest an exchange of gifts again. That would be inappropriate. I'm going to go write a report. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lally, and Mr. Lally's going to turn that information over to the defense and to the court." No, that's what he should have done. What he did do is he responded, "Get Elizabeth one," his wife. In other words, get the gift from my wife. It'll be a little less obvious. So now we have the lead investigator from Massachusetts State Police literally discussing the exchange of gifts between the Albert family on the one hand and the Proctor family on the other hand as a thank you, their words, for helping the Alberts out of a jam. Under additional intense questioning by the Assistant United States Attorney, Proctor was caught in his own web of deceit and testified as follows, quote, this is the AUSA talking, or asking the question. "So obviously we're asking questions about your relationship with Julie Albert, with Chris Albert, and with Colin Albert. Do you understand that?" Answer, "Yes, sir." Question, "And you're saying that you're minimizing, quote, minimizing your relationship to the grand jury, correct?" Answer, "Yes." He finally, under the scrutiny of a federal grand jury, admitted that he had been lying about his relationship to the Alberts, which means he lied to the grand jury, which means the evidence was distorted in front of the grand jury.
Then there is Sergeant Lank. That was Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Lank. And one thing the defense is looking at in their papers, and they'll attempt to bring it up here, I would think, 2002, Chris Albert, a witness in the case, one of the Alberts, and his brother Tim Albert walked out of a bar, got into an argument, and proceeded to physically attack and beat him. Officer Lank was an off-duty Canton police officer, had been drinking with Chris and Kevin that night, and he ends up kind of taking care of the situation for the Alberts, and the guys on the other side, including his brother, end up getting charged in that case. But that goes back to 2002. They want to bring all that up. Let's bring in our think tank tonight. Joining us in Seattle, Washington, trial attorney, fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers, Ann Bremner. In Los Angeles, California, Deputy Public Defender for LA County, Philip Dubé. And in the ATL, Atlanta, Georgia, criminal defense attorney, former federal prosecutor, Michael Sterling. All right, Ann, what are your thoughts? Like the opening statement, you're not going to hear anything. What we've been talking about for like over a year, you're not going to hear it. What are your thoughts about that?
I say hooray for the judge. I mean, obviously the lawyers have convinced all these people outside, but not the judge. I mean, there's got to be some link between, there's some train of evidence. It's a Saudi defense member, some other dude did it. But you can't just say someone else did it and there's these conspiracies and all these people know each other or anything else. What's the evidence? And the judge has said there isn't any evidence. If there is competent, cogent evidence, I'll consider admissibility, but right now, it can't even be part of the opening statement. That's huge and huge against the defense.
Yeah, because that changes the filter for the jury, the way they hear all the other evidence. Philip Dubé, do you think that the evidence of this internal affairs investigation should be in front of this jury?
Let it, frankly, but I don't think it should. What's it going to prove? What? That he, didn't disclose that he had a relationship with someone, that he knew parties in the house. Listen, Vinny, having worked in the justice system your whole career before journalism, you've got to know that cops, public defenders, private lawyers, DAs, sheriff deputies, they're all in bed together. That's what goes on. They're all getting married. They're all having
I don't know what's going on in LA.
What the fuck is this going on? What's he saying? Is he living in a bizarre world or something? Elizabeth, they always go for the where is the evidence? I hate it, I know, and you're right, there's plenty here. But this attorney, what the fuck is he on? I do not want to drink what he's drinking. That's for sure.
But that is like,
oh, come on. Oh, it's a fact. Come on. Listen, it's not uncommon for deputies to date public defenders, for DAs to even date public defenders, for cops to date, people, other people in law enforcement, and to try to distill from that there is this huge conspiracy going on. At most, what it does is it provides a motive and maybe a reason to want to set her up, but unless you have something more concrete to link whoever it is they're pointing the finger at for having these inappropriate relationships, that they were at fault for the homicide, the judge is going to shut it down. They have a Rule 1105 in their evidence code that says, look, motive, opportunity is not enough. If you want a jury instruction, you better give this jury something more concrete to link it. Otherwise, we're shutting it down.
I don't know how the public defenders get any work done out there. All these dates they're going on, Philip, that you're mentioning.
It's not that bad. I'm just telling you.
Michael Sterling, I've been looking at your face throughout this whole thing. Go ahead.
Well, let me disagree with my friend Ann. I think it's wholly inappropriate for the judge to limit the opening statement. The jury is the one who holds the lawyers responsible for what they say in the opening statement. So lawyers get to say what you believe the evidence is going to show. If judges are going to start calling strikes and foul balls in the before the opening statement, that's wholly inappropriate because the judge doesn't know what the defense is going to present. You know, their witness list. You have no idea if the defendant's going to testify. You don't know what's going to come out. So to limit what the defense can say they believe the evidence is going to show is basically saying, go fight with one hand tied behind your back. I think that's wholly inappropriate for the judge to do. The jury will hold them responsible. If you make a promise in the opening statement and you don't deliver in the evidence, the jury holds you responsible for that. So for the judge to say, you can't even mention this possibility, you can't even mention the fact that you believe the evidence is going to show this, because all you need is some evidence. If the defendant takes a stand, which the judge doesn't know is going to happen, and she presents some evidence and they can argue that, well, the judge has already disallowed you to say it in the opening statement, and the judge has no idea what's coming into evidence. I think that's wholly inappropriate, Vinny. I completely disagree with the fact that a judge can say, even though this is your theory of the case, or at least I believe this is going to be your theory of the case, because you really don't know, and defense lawyers change it in the blink of an eye all the time. I know I do. You can't limit what they can say they believe the evidence is going to show, because the judge doesn't know what the witnesses are going to say, doesn't know if the defendant's going to testify, and she's essentially said, hey, go fight with one hand tied behind your back. How about, go ahead, Philip. Go ahead. I'll let you respond.
I was just going to say, Vinny, back beyond this, don't you agree that oftentimes the outcome of a case rises and falls on your opening statement? A lot of times juries latch on to what it is you tell them that the evidence is going to show, and that's their roadmap throughout, and they accept it as gospel evidence, and they render a verdict, when in truth, there was nothing linking this homicide to these third-party culprits. And then, to be fair to the Commonwealth, they have a right to a fair trial, too.
Look at that.
Well, the jury will hold them accountable, right? When I teach trial simulation, when I teach trial advocacy, I tell my students, you don't say something in the opening statement that you can't prove with evidence, because the jury will hold you to account and you'll lose credibility. So if you say it, and the jury will be the one that says, hey, you said this in your opening statement and you didn't prove it in evidence, I'm holding you accountable for that. I don't think the judge should limit it to the extent that the judge has no idea what evidence is going to come forward. You should be able to say, I believe the evidence is going to show this. And if you don't, the jury will be the one that holds you to account.
Now, this is just our show, right? Couldn't you imagine what it's going to be like in that courtroom? Like the back and forth. This one is personal. This one is personal. It's got a different vibe. This is not going to be nicey nice inside the courtroom. This is going to be a battle.
The fucker. Muted. What a fucking boomer I am. Right, got this video from Dana. I'm so fucking stupid sometimes. I'm not really. I'm a genius. Not. Right, let me play this then. Apologies, everybody. Boomer's gonna boo. I'm in small bus with Erin. Here we go. This is from Dana. Resistant to silence.
It's undisputed that under our system of government, the people's right to protest is preserved under the First Amendment, as is the free expression of their views. I have to consider, of course, this very important constitutional right, but I do find that an external buffer zone is appropriate, but the 500 feet is far too excessive. So I recognize that my obligation is that I must reasonably accommodate the rights of all people to protest in a meaningful way.
I would like to direct this to the distinguished members of the panel. You lousy corksuckers, you have violated my fucking rights. This salmon-butching country was founded so that the liberties of common patriotic citizens like me could not be taken away by a bunch of fucking iceholes like yourselves. Thank you very much.
Courtesy of Dana. Thank you, Dana. I thought that was hilarious. That is Dana from Resistant to Silence. Right on. Hi, Lou. How are you doing, my darling? Kevin is visible, but do they seek too much euros? Hang on, let's. Ted Daniels. So Ted Daniels says nothing. Nothing for Ted Daniels here. My mama told me don't do. Hang on, let me just check something else then. I'll just put Karen Reid in. Oh, my darling, I've hunger for your touch. A long, lonely time. As time goes by, my darling. Da, 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 da. I'll just see if there's any other sources. And oh, bye. Let's see if Turtle Boys have done it. I don't see that they've seated. They may have seated, but people in court don't seem to have said they've seated anybody. So I don't think so. I love Lara's comments about 500 feet buffer zone being planted in the puppies. Not that was done at the defender's request, not the Commonwealth. The judge, they're trying so hard to remove attention from his trial. Yes, he sent the wrong one, but it's fine. That was funny as hell. Well, Zachariah Anderson, the state wanted a mistrial because his lawyer was introducing the probability that the ex-wife may have been the culprit. This is somewhat similar, in my opinion. They had a daily motion, which was denied as well. 500 feet, 200 feet feels ridiculous enough. I mean, Eric, to be fair, 50 feet for you probably looks like a fair distance. Do you know what I mean? You're tiny. So, but plenty of place for you to park that bus of yours. Right, people, shout out as well. If you are bored, you're not sure what to do today, then do me a favour. Go all the way over to wrongfulpod.com. Go to the wrongfulpod.com. You know, for Karen, she's got this sign now, yeah? So there's a guy called Zachary Anderson who's also got that sign. So if you're at a loose end, go and look at this lovely podcast called Wrongful Pod. So you go wrongfulpod.com and listen to the injustice Zachary Anderson went through. It's like a 6-episode thing. So if you got time, I would listen to it because it's quite impactful and also shows you, if you're not used to trials, it's a nice little podcast to listen to about some of the wrongdoings in the judicial system. So whether you believe Zach's guilty, innocent, whatever, it is what it is. But essentially, it's a good process for you to look at and to listen to because Zach was very similar. There wasn't barely no evidence on him. So, and here she is, the voice of the podcast herself, Josie. These 4 wonderful women, they are outstanding. And this woman's voice is, well, I think it's croaky because she's ill, but normally her voice is beautiful. But in all seriousness, go to wrongfulpod.com to learn more about the case, and it'll get you into this case as well. Because we've got a few days before we start. We're going to get Sue's shirt in Welsh that you have hanging behind you. This one, I got 2 of them. It's on my merch store, in my merch store. I've not sold any. It's there. This is the only one I've, and the red one that I have. I don't advertise it, but if you do really want one, it's in my merch store. I don't know what my merch store is, to be quite honest with you. Hang on, let me just check what my merch store is. I would not recommend anyone to buy anything from my merch store at all. I did it for myself. But where the fuck is my merch store? This is how bad I am. I don't even know what my merch store's called. And also, if you do buy one, Suzanne, size up because that one's quite small for me. I'll get you now, Suzanne. I don't know what it's called. Oh, she's got it. Thank you. Wrongful podcast about Zachariah would interest you, I think. Yeah, definitely, Suzanne. If you have not seen it, Aaron's right. You'd be interested in it. Makes it seem like film a case of corruption too. Love signs used by Karen. Yeah. For a deep dive, there we are. Wrongfulpod.com. Corruption everywhere. My merch today. No, Aaron. Well, hang on. Oh shit. So this is that thing. It's small, as in they've gone down. It's good quality. It's fine. But this one, then, this one in my store. If you buy that, you can buy it at your normal size. These 2 are supposed to be the same size, but they're not. So this one, for whatever reason, I went for 3X, and it's actually more like a 2X. This one is a 3X, or more like a fucking 4X, to be quite honest with you. So that's what I mean. What I mean. Hang on, wait, what? I bought stuff from overseas, got to fall back. No, not at all. There you go. Yes, I've been in chat for a bit. I've been following Carrie since the day it occurred. She means the Zachariah one. There we are. Thank you, Josie. Now, what's he doing? Dropping at everything. Hang on, I've got another one to play with you. Dina sent me another one to play. Hang on. Let me line this one up as well. I will play it, Dina. You know we're going to play it. But I need to get into it first. Oh, it won't let me play it, Dina. It won't let me play it. No, it won't let me do it. It just takes me to another. It's from a private group I'm not a member of. That's why. It won't let me play it, Dana, unfortunately. Right. It's basically comments on your knowledge. I was saying that Zachary Anderson, wrongful pod, will interest you when it's all over. There we are. Please, no obligation to buy anything, honestly. Just to say, if you buy in the Welsh version, it's hyped on me, but this one's too big for me. So, anyway, thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to end it. Oh, before I forget, every new mod I always have, I buy a bracelet. So we have got, this is Rance, this is Jonathan, this is Hack. Oh, I need to turn around. This is the Hack for Erin. This is Hens for Hens. And this is Murph. Well, for Murph. So all new mods always get to go on the wall here, hens at the ends. So there we are. Got them as well. Give them a shout out. You're the best fan. Oh no, I'm not the best. I'm far from it, but thank you anyway, Dana. Appreciate that. Hang on. Let me just check one thing here before I do a close down for the night. Okay, no, nothing there. Okay. Emerge, they are super special. I was going to do a job for you, but I thought, no, I'll do runs. There you go, Huckster. Cute. Here you go. DY got this trial. He's a constitutional rights lawyer and doesn't like the First Amendment restrictions. Neither should anybody. Yes. No one should like that. So yeah, you're right. Boy Matt2X, thanks for joining us. I don't think you believe you've been here before, so hello to you. No hamburger. Can't fit the hamburger on it. DY guy, yeah. I got the pink. Thank you, Suzanne. I hope it comes across okay. This one got delivered super quick. This one had to wait a little bit. I'm not sure. Like the store set it all. I don't do anything with it, so it's direct with spring. So it's out of my hands. But thank you, Suzanne, for that. So you now got a Welsh t-shirt. This is the first one I've ever sold, Suzanne. So you're 1-on-1. Because I'm not advertising it. I don't want to advertise it. So. Thank you, everybody. Right, we'll be back tomorrow. Depends how many be seated today. Sean's back with me tomorrow. Be a short stream tomorrow. It's a half day tomorrow anyway. If they do seat 16 tomorrow, then I believe trial will start on Friday. If they don't, then there's no what do you call it? Jury selection on Friday, which means jury selection will continue on Monday then. So it all depends on the year. We'll know more tonight once court closes, but also tomorrow, come back. We'll just do another show like this. It's probably a shorter show for people. This is 4.5 hours long. We'll probably do a 2-hour show or something tomorrow. So please feel free to join us. I do appreciate you all for being here. I generally do. Thank you very much. And last words coming in here. I have a collection of t-shirts for Karen Reid and even my dogs. Oh, nice. Thanks. No worries. Thank you very much. I do appreciate. And also, if you are new to the channel and you do like Boy Ma2X, please feel free to say hello. We are a friendly bunch. Please always say hello. I always recognize you, and I do know when people are new to the channel. So shout out to you. Thanks for saying hello, Boy Ma2X. What a name, Boy Ma2X. Oh, Boy Mark, it didn't make sense now. You've got two boys. Oh, what a fucking thicko I am. That's why. I was going to say, why should you name yourself Boy Mar2X? Because you've got two boys. And you're a mother. Bye bye, Lou. Thank you very much for being here, Lou. Hen says, see you everyone tomorrow. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to play my intro on the outro. So, Mexi's done a new music for me. So, because I got copyrighted, which Bexy, by the way, is still have struck me for that. I'm still not heard back from them. Pieces of crap they are. So even though we bought the music, so I'm going to play it on the way out. My intro, I'm going to play as my outro, so you can see the new outro with the new music. So there you go. That's my boss. Get the fuck off, she says. Thank you, everybody. New outro on the way out. Ta.
Pulls away, the tail light is well intact. And all of that is not going to hold
Elvis has left the building. It's done.